to the V. Lenore Show. Here, we will discuss lifestyle, beauty, celebrity gossip, and current events in our own way, my way, V style. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Oh my gosh. I was on mute. You know what? That never it usually takes you off mute. What in the world? You know what? I am not. Thank you, Alteria. Grief. It's ridiculous. What's going on with StreamYard? StreamYard, this is too much. Thank you, Aisha Loves. Okay, I hear now. Look, now all y'all want to tell me. My guest tells me before y'all tell me. Ain't that some? Anywho, I'm gonna try not and cuss today because we got company. All right. Thank you, Lexi the Law Nerd. Thank you. You were trying to tell me Miss Buckeye 99 didn't have anything to say. Shell Love said nothing. Okay, they were so slow. Okay, on the gun. Thank you, Lexi the Law Nerd. Okay. Oh, anyway, sorry about that, guys. All right, you guys. So we have like a part 2 to a conversation we've been having about a couple of reality stars. Okay, Tion, hey girl, doing? Where you been? And thank you for being able to hear me now. Okay, thank you to Lexi the Law Nerd. Okay, let's thank her. All right. She'll say, V, don't start no shit today, okay? No, y'all started it. Y'all started it. You got me out here embarrassed in front of my people, in front of my guests. They tell me the sound was, yeah, my guest had to tell me, hey, daughter, hey, you're just running off at the mouth and just shut up. All right, y'all. So we have been discussing a couple of reality stars. If any of you are like me, I've always been a reality show nut. Okay. And Basketball Wives was one of my go-to ratchet shows to watch. Okay. I like a little ratchet sometimes. All right. They mix it up over there. So Jennifer Williams is one of the original castmates and current castmate on the Basketball Wives. And she is currently married, newly married, that is. And the gentleman that she married, a lot of people are questioning his business practices, his personal life as far as how he treats women. They're worried, people are concerned about the fact that there is at least one young lady who claims to be to have been well, I'll put it this way. She jumped off of a balcony in an apartment that they shared together while he was there, and he took her phone and keys. So when you hear about that, now mind you, that was over 10 years ago. He's a young man, which is another concern for many because he's 32, I think she said this week. I think he just turned 32 a couple of days ago. And Jen is 49, I believe. So people are concerned about that as well. And people are concerned about the fact that he wasn't. He said last week when he came on the show that he is now paying child support. There is a child support order. That is great, but it sounded as if up until recently had been over a year before the mother of his children received any aid. And he has 3 children. Nevertheless, we have some ladies here who made investments with Christian. Okay, his name is Christian Gold. His name is actually Christian Walden Gold originally. Actually, I think it was Christian Walden, but for whatever reason, he wants to change his last name. So he did legally to Gold. Okay. I don't know why that is. That's so odd to me. But anyway, I wish I could have asked him that. Nevertheless, people think he changed his name because he's not trying to be tracked. I don't know if that's the case, but people think that. So we have 3 ladies who invested as a part of his investment group, if you will, where you paid him a fee. He would teach you about trading. He would ask you to fund your accounts. We'll find out a little more detail as to how this works. And let me say this. Today, we're talking to 3 alleged victims. I also need to dive into some other information that I received regarding the domestic violence incident. I have a transcript from that hearing. Okay. We have to set up a separate live for that because I want to go through the document with you guys. And then we have some receipts today that we're going to show that these ladies have provided as well. So without further ado, I'm going to ask the first guest to come on because I believe she is the one who has sort of spearheaded, if you will, for lack of a better word, spearheaded this investigation and efforts to receive back fees that they have paid and for services that they feel that were not rendered and because of some other things they have in question. Okay. And just let me say this, everything that's stated on this channel is alleged. I was not there. All right. I'm allowing people to tell their story. And just as Christian felt the need to come in and straighten out a story that he overheard me saying, he wanted to come and clear it up. Well, these ladies wanted to come and clear it up too. I have no dog in this fight. I know no one. Okay. We just want the truth. All right. So with that said, I'm going to ask Alteria if you would please come to the stage, ma'am. Hi.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me.
It's my pleasure.
It's very funny because I was taking a nap the other day and I got a message from one of your viewers and she was like, I've seen you on Simone Redwine. I love your interview. You need to check this video out. I actually didn't watch your full interview. I just scrolled to where I saw Christian. I started watching it. And then another person that's in our group said, hey, you know, Jennifer called you a crash out. And I was like, wait, what? I didn't even know Jennifer. This has nothing to do with Jennifer. Jennifer's not in this fight. This is not something that's between me and her. This is between me and her husband. So as far as I'm concerned, Jennifer, you need to sit it out. Really.
Well, tell me this. So where are you from originally? Just curious.
I'm from Oregon. I'm from Eugene, Oregon. I live in Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
So I'm on the West Coast. I originally met Christian through his baby's mom, Natalia.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that part. Okay.
Yes. So we were all in the same network marketing company.
You mind saying what that one was? What it was?
I'm going to leave it alone because I'm still a part of that company and I've been with it for 9 years. So So I'm going to leave the name of it alone, but we were in the same company for the last the last 9 years. I had met them at a convention that we had all met in person. So I actually physically have met Christian in person. And, you know, when it came to this whole trading thing, there's a few things during his interview with you that he left out. He definitely told some half truths. So
let me go back for a second though.
Yeah.
So I understand you met him, and when you met him and you said through this network marketing group, or right, this MLM pretty much. Is that what we're talking about?
Yep.
Okay. And I've done them too, so I get how it goes. When you two met, were you both like star salespeople within that marketing group?
Christian was, I can't remember his technical title that he was at the time that I met him. Natalia was top 40, under 40, that was high six figures. I was a vice president at the time, so I was making six figures as well. So yes, we were walking the stages together. We knew who each other was. Always on top leaderboards, things like that. Yes, absolutely.
And that's why I asked that, because I'm like, you know, what made you trust him? And you probably saw his performance, his hustle, and I'm guessing you guys felt like, oh, okay, we're on the same page. Let's do this together, kind of thing. Is that what?
Right. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
I can see that. Okay. So go ahead and tell me how this opportunity came initially for you to work with Christian.
So this opportunity came initially. So what everybody needs to understand is I started giving Christian money back in 2022. So this is 3 years ago. Okay. This is before he met Jennifer. And he actually had left the company that we were with. And he went into another MLM where he was trading. He was learning to trade. Okay. So this is where he learned
how to do this, the structure and everything.
Right. Right. And the lingo and the language and everything he's talking about, he went into that. So when we met, he was in this other network marketing company doing trading. He seemed to have been doing well in it. But again, I have no proof, so I can't say for sure. Now, when I gave him money back in 2022, he had certain platforms which he had told you about within his community. At the time, it was called Liquid Assets. Okay. So Liquid Assets, he had something called Trade Signals. Us students who were in Trade Signals, we had to pay a fee. He would, every day or so, we would get these signals where we could copy and paste. We could put it in our MetaTrader account, which you had talked a little bit about it in your interview with him, where you said you had spoke with a friend who had done these demo account type things and showed you how to trade with fake money, right?
Yep.
So
let me say this too. It's funny that you mentioned that, because when I said that to him, he didn't seem to, I know that he understood what I was asking him about the structure of his program, if you will. But he did not hint that it was the same. Was it the same that I described, where someone pays a fee?
Yes, it is. It's called a demo account.
A demo account, right? With the play money.
Yeah, it's a play. It's play money. You can trade with play money, and you basically learn the concept before you actually fund it with your real money.
Okay,
it's
so he guided you through that process as well.
No. Christian did not do this. So this is where I'm like, he only told half truths, because again, he didn't do this stuff. So in the trade signals, you were able to copy and paste some trades that he believed were going to make you some money. You copy and paste it. You put it in your own little MetaTrader account. Boom. Either you won money or you lost money. Either way. Now, people that were a part of that program didn't have a complaint, because if you lost, you lost. It's your money. You know what I mean? You're touching your money. You're doing it. Okay.
Okay.
That's straightforward, pretty simple. He had another, and again, I was a part of every single one of these platforms. Every single one I paid a fee to get in, or my husband paid a fee to get in.
Wow.
So we were a part of every single one of these.
Wait. Before you go any further with that, you look, I'm old, so I'm gonna stop you here and there just to get some clarity because I might forget later if I wait.
No, you're good.
Okay, so see, I almost forgot just now. So how much were the fees? Did they differ based upon the type of service he was going to provide? So like when he sent you these signals, was that one special program that you paid a fee for?
Right. Yeah. So honestly, every person that got into this paid a different fee. I'm not.
What?
I couldn't even tell you. I know when I did the trade signals, I paid him $250. And this was back in 2022. So again, I don't know what other people.
Is that a lifetime access?
Yes, exactly. But I will say this.
Wow.
Those trade signals that he was dropping, they stopped in 2023. Early 2023. He never
did it for a few months, basically.
Yeah, he only did it for a few months, and then no, we never got anything else saying, hey, you could do this. So again, I don't know how much everybody paid because we all paid different fees. So then we had something.
Wait, hold on. How do you pay different fees? So on the website, well, I saw the website, which is that bio, Lord have mercy. It's long. It's a long bio for somebody. Look,
and this is a website that he took down as soon as he started getting exposed. That website disappeared quick.
Well, we got it if we need to look at it. Look, girl, he is 32 years old. I'm 55. Okay. My bio is not that long. He spent 10 of those years. Well, on paper.
I'm 40 and my bio is not that long.
I'm like, how did you accomplish all of this, sir? You know, it's such a short amount of time considering that you spent a few years in prison. And on paper, I mean, I'm the first one to advocate and say that just because you make a mistake, everybody's one mistake away from being in a bad situation. And you know, so I don't have judgment about someone making a mistake, paying their dues, and then coming out here being a productive citizen, right?
Right.
But I'm just curious, how did this person who is so young just turned 32 a couple days ago and spent a few years where I know for a fact that it had to be difficult to find work? That's probably one of the reasons why he got involved with the MLMs, because he thought he could take control of his own, you know, income and that sort of thing. Okay, so I just thought that was interesting. So I'm guessing you saw him perform in the MLM that you guys participated in. So you're thinking he's a go-getter. You pay $250 for the signals. You get them for a few months.
Right.
You came back and did more fees for something else.
Yes. So as you guys all know, Christian is a smooth talker, fast talker, slick talker. He's a talker. So he had spoke with my husband and I about doing something where he had called it, what was the name of it? And this was another thing that he didn't tell you guys about on his interview. It was, babe, my husband's in the room. What's the name of that thing where you paid him $3,500? Okay, it's called account challenges. Okay. Now, those people who are in the trade world, if there's any of you guys on here, you will know that if you do an account challenge, you basically are using what they call a prop firm, which is some company out there that has buku money, right? You're using their money to
like a hedge fund kind of thing?
Like a hedge fund, right. Okay. You're using their money to do trades for a certain amount of time. I think it's like 30 days, 60 days, whatever.
Okay.
If you do so many trades without losing, you get a certain percentage of that money at the end of that 30 or 60-day time period. Okay. So he was talking to my husband about it, and he said, hey, my fee is $3,500 for this. You're going to go ahead. You're going to give me the 3,500. I'm going to go ahead and do this challenge. At the end of the challenge, what was the amount of money you were supposed to get?
$66,000.
He was supposed to get $66,000 at the end of this challenge.
So wait. So he paid $3,500.
Yep.
And he was promised that it was going to turn into $60,000.
$66,000 was the amount that was supposed to pay out if he passed this challenge.
If he did and all you had to do was make 3 trades without losing.
Well, you have to make trades, but it's a certain amount of time. So it's either 30 days, 60 days, whatever, the terms of that account is.
Approximately how many months, or what was the terms for that one?
It was 6 months. It was a 6-month term.
So you were going to be able, you were going to be able to I'm sorry, your husband was going to be able to turn that 3,500 into 66,000 in 6 months.
Yes, correct.
And that's a guarantee. Was this in writing?
This was not a guarantee, okay? Because again, he has to pass the challenge. He has to make sure that he's not losing more than a certain amount of trades, or else they're not going to pay the money out. So we understood that. But at the end of all of this, he claimed he passed the challenge. So we were supposed to get the money. When it came to getting the money, it was, the SEC has now shut down prop firms until they all get regulated and they all get certified and this, that, the other. So I have no control of that. This money is now, it's
out of his hands.
It's out of his hands.
Okay, well, hold on one second. When you paid that $3,500 though, directly to him?
Yes.
Or
it went to him via Zelle. It went to him. It didn't go to a prop firm. It didn't go to a broker. It didn't go to any. It went directly to Christian.
The 250 went to him too directly?
Yeah.
Initially?
Oh, yeah.
And then the 3,500 went to him directly. How many other times did you
there's more. I've given him way more money than that.
Way Lord. Why? Okay, so Alteria, before you even tell me why were you, and let me say this. I am not victim shaming, okay? Because I do believe that if you were promised something and you paid out money, you deserve to get what was promised.
So we have a whole nother thing that we're going to get into, and this is going to tell you why I kept giving him money.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
So this prop firm, but it's sitting out there. And we have a whole Zoom, and I think Simone Redwine played part of that Zoom.
I've seen some of it
where he was talking about, I can't control the prop firms, and this is why I'm going to do this community. And I'll get into that community part here in a minute too.
Okay.
And so while we were sitting there waiting for this $65,000 or $66,000 in the 6 months, we just said, okay, well, the SEC and what he was saying about the SEC and FINRA shutting down these prop firms and putting a pause on them and they couldn't pay out, it was absolutely true. There was news articles about it. So we knew that part was to be true. So we, we're like, okay, well, again, we were in the same company. We somewhat trust you. This is true. It's in the news. Okay, we'll leave it alone. So then he explained this on the interview. He had a thing called, Tolu was in the same MLL company that we were in. So Tolu knows Christian as well. And Tolu's actually talked to Jennifer.
Oh, wait a second. Before we go any further, then is Tolu did Tolu come on Simone's panel
Yes,
a few weeks
he
ago?
did. He did. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Tolu.
Yep.
I might have you come up at the end if you like. Okay, but
Yes.
go ahead, Alteria. I'm sorry.
So he had this other whatever account thing called account management. Now, this account management, this is the thing that Kiki actually, that they're referring to with Kiki, where Kiki paid a $1,500 fee.
Mhm.
Okay. Babe, how much did we pay for our fee for account management?
Oh, I don't remember, like $2,000.
Okay, so our fee was $2,000 for account management. Okay.
Now
this is how he gained our trust.
Okay.
Now, and I need everybody to understand this, because the way he presents, he does this trading, he doesn't do. And people who are in trading and know how to trade know that this is not correct. And I know now, because I'm now in a company who's teaching me how to trade. So I know what I should have looked out for. Again,
Good for you.
You learn your lesson, right? So in the beginning, he was using a broker called Hugo's Way. He was also using something called MetaTrader. MetaTrader is what you use to actually get in the market and trade, whether it's Forex or whether it's crypto, whatever it is, okay? Hugo's Way allowed us to create an account. Hugo's Way allowed us to make Christian a trader account. We could fund our account. We could take out our money. Christian was not allowed to do anything but trade, because his account was a trader account. Okay. So we loaded up $4,000 into our account. Him as the account manager, he's going in, he's trading our money, he's growing it. We can log in and we can actually see what this man is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He turned $4,000 in a matter of, what was it, a month? In a matter of a month, he turned $4,000 into $13,000. Okay. Where he gained our trust.
Okay.
My husband and I went to Vegas. We had a ball. We were able to pull the money out ourselves. It came within 24 hours.
Wow. Okay.
Hey, it is what it is.
So before we go any further, so I asked him, I asked Jennifer. No, actually, she overheard me talking about the fact that I heard that people were concerned about when she saw money grow, when she mentioned in, I think, the Carlos King interview, that Christian was showing her how the money grows, and it was growing right before our eyes, kind of thing.
Absolutely.
And some people thought that could have been AI, or that it was some other place.
Well, here's the thing. It could have been a demo account. If you don't know what you're looking at, it really could have been a demo account, because a demo account looks exactly like a real live account. The only difference is when you're in a live account, you can actually withdraw your money and it's going to show broker fees that are taken out.
Okay.
A demo account, you can't pull the money out. So you don't see broker fees at the bottom. You don't see anything like that. There's nothing there. Okay.
So when she said she had seen, she's like, I know what I was looking at, and that sort of thing. So one other quick question. Are you all aware of the other people that are involved at the time that you guys are investing with him and trusting him? Is this a little community of people that know about each other?
So here's what's really funny about all of this. He put us all in a Telegram group. The Telegram group was first called Liquid Assets. Then it changed to Be Profitable. Then it changed to Gold Reserve Fund. And I have no idea what the name of it is now, because when I started catching him and all these lies, he kicked me out of the group. Now, he made this, because in Telegram, I guess there's some settings that you can do in Telegram. I'm not super familiar with all of it, but I do know this. In his community, you are not allowed to comment. He turned the commentings off, so you could not comment. You could not see the other people in the group. you could not message the other people in the
Yeah.
group.
Yeah. I was
Okay.
wondering about that. Okay.
So he was very slick with that one. And so again, back to him having an account management account with us, you know, he grew our money from 4,000 to 13 grand. He pulled me up on a Zoom without me even knowing that he was going to pull me up. And he was like, and it was a Zoom where a lot of people were on it because he was hurrahing us into doing another project that I'm going to tell you guys about.
Approximately how many people are we talking about on the Zoom?
Oh gosh, I don't even remember how many people were on
50,
that Zoom.
75.
I'd say probably around 25 to 50 people were on that Zoom that day, I would say. I know in the community, because again, we couldn't see on Telegram the names, but we could see the amount of people in the group. There was 226 people in that group.
Wow.
So
200, and I'm just trying to get my bearings, because with 220 plus people, and you're telling me that everyone's fees were different. Like, so everybody in that group was paying something to him at some point.
Oh yeah.
So 200. So he could have gotten a lot of money.
Wait, we haven't even
Okay.
we haven't even touched where he could have gotten a lot of money.
Ooh, okay.
So you know, he grew our money. He pulled me up on Zoom and he said, you know, hey guys, and this is again a video that Simone had played where he was hurrahing us to do these on his website. He called it a community fund.
Okay.
To us, he called them project accounts. Okay. So he was hurrahing people into these project accounts and he said, hey, Alteria, I want you to tell everybody how much money I made you and your husband. So of course I'm going to tell the truth. Yes. You know, we put 4 grand in, it grew to 13,000. Now, also this same day, he's telling us that MetaTrader and Hugo's Way no longer have a partnership. So he can no longer use the trader account and us having our own account. That's no longer a thing anymore. He has now switched over to a platform called Sway Markets. And Sway Markets doesn't allow him to have a separate trader account and trade our money for us. So therefore,
he has to get into your accounts.
No, we have to send the money directly to him. Okay. Hold on. It gets even better. During this time that he's trading all of our money and we're supposed to have our own account management, we find out through, because again, he's talking to all of us investors separately. We're being talked to individually. We're not being talked to as a group. And
everybody has different requirements. Everybody and there was expectations.
Right. And there was a point in time where I got fed up and I said, and excuse my language, fuck this, Christian, get everybody that's involved in this shit on a fucking Zoom because we're going to have a conversation. And he said, no, I'm going to get you and the people that you put in this on because you guys don't understand how trading works.
Okay.
So when he did this, all of the people that had account management that are supposed to have their own accounts with their own money in it, that he's funding and trading and doing all this stuff, he merged it all into one pot. Everybody had an account management in one pot. Okay.
So you don't know how much is in that pot.
I don't know how much, because again, when he switched over to Sway Markets and said, hey, everybody's going to give their money directly to me and my husband said, we're out. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Sorry, it's not happening. But then here's this community fund project accounts, because this is where it got really messy. This is where everybody started saying, hey, he's scamming us. He had a product, and he never talked to you about this account. He never even mentioned it on the interview, these project accounts. He had something called Project 100. Now, these projects Again, the amount is the amount of spots you have. Okay. So
And
project
that's what
100,
that's the text messages you showed me.
yep, that's the text messages I showed you.
Can I show those?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
absolutely.
You could explain. I'll pull them up. Go
So
ahead.
project 100 is an account. It's a project that it's a 3-month project that has 100 spots. Each spot is $100. You can buy as many spots as you want. And however many spots you bought is the percentage of the account you actually own. Okay. At the end of the 3 months, whatever that account balance is, he's going to pay that out, your percentage that you own, out to you. Then there was project 200 spots.
Wow.
That account was a 6-month account. It's $100 a spot. You buy as many spots as you want. You own that project. Then there was project 500.
Girl,
500
stop it.
Oh, hold on. It keeps going. Project 500 is a 9-month account. It's got 500 spots. You can buy $100 a spot. However many spots you buy is the amount of that you own, the percentage you own of that project. Then there was project 1,000. Okay. 100 spots or 1,000 spots at $100 a spot, whatever you owe of that project was a full year. Okay. That he's trading. You can't take your money out during this time at the end of the year. It's going to be on there. By the way, I see in the comments, Christian's real aunt, his mother's sister, is on here.
Who? Where?
C.W. Brown. He's named after her. Her name is Christina.
Hi, Christina Brown. Well, let me ask this. Christina Brown, are you is she one of the sisters that sat down with Lauren and did the podcast? This is a different wait. Is this the sister that was on Tasha K?
Yep.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, CW, stay around. We might need you. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Lord have mercy, Jesus. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So he had project 1,000. That went a year. And again, another project 2,000 spots, $100 a spot. And that went for a year and a half. Okay. So we're going to rewind back to project 100. The end of project 100 was supposed to pay out the end of February 2024. No.
It was last year.
Yes, it was last year. He's right. So February of 2024, it was supposed to pay out. Now, my husband and I did not buy into project 100 because it was a 3-month account. We were like, you're not really going to get very much money. So we're not going to buy into that. Okay. Now, during this time, and I said this in my Tasha K interview, there was some things that were going fishy because he was trying to fill the spots for project 2000, and he had sent my husband a text saying there's 19 spots left in project 2000. Do you want to buy them up? My husband bought them up. And then 3 days later, it was, oh my God, you guys, there's more spots to buy in project 2000. And my husband's like, what the hell? I thought I just bought up the last of them. Yeah. So it was fishy. And we had at the time, my husband had lost his job. We needed the money, and we were like, look, if this project isn't closed, we need our $1,900 back. It took him 3 weeks to give us our $1,900 back, which was very fishy for somebody who's supposed to be wealthy, right? We gave you the $1,900 in 5 minutes. Why can't we get our $1,900 in 5 minutes? And I have text messages of this. The excuses were, oh, I don't carry cash. Oh, I don't got the money in the bank account. Oh, me and Jennifer only use credit cards. I own an actual coffee shop. So I said, okay, well, we can send you an invoice and you can pay it by credit card. It'll be in our bank account tomorrow. You know, I found ways around every little whatever bullshit excuse he had, and he still didn't get it to us for 3 weeks. Okay.
Can I ask you this question?
Yeah.
Do you think So when he was doing these projects, or these 100, 200, whatever spots, do you, and because they are timed out as far as the time goes, is he using the donation? Sometimes is he using the, not donations, but the money, the fees that he's getting paid, is he using that money to turn it back around to some folks to reel them in? I don't know. I'm asking.
I don't know.
Christian, I'm not accusing you or nothing. I'm just saying this. I got questions. Okay.
I really, honestly, I don't know. I can say that I believe, in my heart of hearts, I believe that he got somebody to buy 19 spots to pay us back our $1,900. That's why it took 3 weeks.
Okay.
That's what I believe. And that's why I started saying, hey, y'all, we got scammed. Okay. Now, when I said this, I was ready to fight. My husband said, no. We know people who bought spots in Project 100. Let's wait till the end of February, see if he pays those people out. Okay. So end of February comes around, and I knew 2 people that were in that project. And I sent them a text and I said, hey, did you guys get your money? One of the people that was in that project was owed $600. Okay. And that was at the end of the 3 months. She turned $100. The $100 grew to $600. Okay. So
now you heard when I asked him, I don't know if this is the same person, but he said one of these people that's suing me.
Oh, yes. So you're talking about my best friend, Shelly Lyons, who gave him $100, and her mother actually gave him a whole lot more money. And yeah, he didn't pay her back $100. He didn't pay her nothing.
He didn't say anything when I suggest he made the comment, and I was like, well, just give her the $100. Like, why were we even talking about it? Just give her the $100 back and go on and have your peace.
Absolutely.
But I don't understand.
Yeah. So when he did this project at the end of February, I sent a message to one of the gals who put in $100 that was supposed to grow to $600. And I said, hey, her name's Trevita. I said, hey, Trevita, did you get your money? Did he pay you your money? She goes, no, he sent me this bullshit text message. And I said, what? And she goes, yeah. And I said, well, what did it say? So she called me and she read it off to me. So I said, okay, who else do I know in Project 100? My best friend's Shelly, her mother, Jody. Jody was in Project 100. So I said, hey, Shelly, did your mom get this same text message? And she goes, I don't know. Let me call my mom and ask her. Her mom got the same text message. She copy and pasted, sent it over to me. The text message said, hey guys, I hold myself to the highest standard, and this project didn't get to the amount of money that I thought it was going to get to. I am so sorry. The only way that I feel I can rectify this is I'm going to take your 100 spots and I'm going to merge them to Project 200 that pays out at the end of May. And I'm going to merge it all so you guys will get more money. I had a problem with this because I owned 25% of Project 200.
Okay.
So me being a numbers person, my husband is a finance manager. He's a numbers person. So we're like, wait a minute. If you add another 100 spots onto 200, that makes it 300, which means we own less of the project. We're not going to get paid out as much as we are. We got a problem with that. And not only that, but when you merge something from one project to another project, isn't that called money laundering?
Yes.
So again,
yes, very much so.
So we had a problem with that. And I confronted him immediately. And we actually had a Zoom where I sent you the second half of it. And you can tell I'm very sick in that Zoom. In that Zoom, we addressed that. And he basically told us that we were stupid and we didn't know how it worked. And we actually were going to get more money, which was a complete, absolute lie. Now, of Project 200, I was owed, my husband and I were owed $13,000 and some change, and I sent you the promise to pay for that Project 200.
Yes, I have that.
So
I was going to ask you whatever you want me to pull up first, or if you want anything
you
pulled
can pull
up.
it up if you want. Because again, people don't understand that this man notarized stuff. He promised stuff. And of that $13,000, we got one payment for $1,000 and another payment the next month for $1,500, and that's all we've seen.
Mm.
And that's just for that project.
Wow.
That looks like that's Kiki's email. That's the email that he sent to Kiki.
Is this the one that we're talking about with the reimbursement, though? This is
that's the one. That's to Kiki, where he said that Kiki never signed the reimburse for him to reimburse her $1,500.
Yeah, her signature's down here. Yeah,
definitely signed it. She signed it.
Okay.
On December 13th. He's a
see.
lie. It looks like a picture. It is going to be. I know I sent it to you.
I'm sure you did. Let me see. I got our
it should be named Promise to Pay.
Promise to Pay.
Read the third.
Oh, I know I dropped it in there. Here, let me see if
I just have the text. Wait. No.
Okay, hold on. 1 second here. Let's see.
And actually, if you could email it, that'd be even better.
Yeah, I'll do it really quickly here. Let's
I gave you my email address.
Yes, you did. Let's see here.
Now, while you're doing that, I almost feel bad to have Nene and Kiki in the back. Do you mind if I go ahead and bring them up now?
Absolutely.
Okay, let me take that down for a minute. First, I'm going to have Nene come up. Nene, I know you have a very interesting story to share. I was saddened. I was listening to the interview that Simone did with you ladies and gentlemen, and I heard more about your situation from there. So we want to hear more from you about that situation. And then Miss Kiki, hi Miss Kiki, you are Carl Crawford's cousin.
I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, you're a fake cousin? Wait, y'all, you a fake cousin, Miss Kiki. Now look, let me say this in defense. Nene, I'm sorry.
Connection over here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Trying to get it to where I can hear you. I'm just trying to position my phone. Yes, I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
So just bear with me. Bear with me. I'm
just
okay.
Let me just say.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you. I'm sorry for cutting you. Okay,
that's okay. I think we got a delay. Do me a favor. Do you mind going all the way out? Like there should be a button that says like leave studio. Go all the way out and then click that link again, come back through and make sure you connect the devices and make sure it says devices connected when it tests your sound and your camera, and then come back. And I bet that will fix the problem because we have a little bit of a delay.
Okay. We'll do.
So just come right out, come right back in. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. So Miss Kiki, very quickly, is the cousin of Carl Crawford. You came on Basketball Wives, telling Evelyn about the situation. Alteria, are you still looking for your stuff?
Yeah, I'm emailing it to you right now.
Okay, perfect. I just want to ask you really quickly, Kiki, as we wait. Did you know that Jim was connected to this guy when you invested?
I found him.
That's how you found him. So you saw him on the show? Or
No,
did you meet him through Evelyn?
on her Instagram.
Through Jennifer's Instagram.
Correct.
Okay. So were you just following Jen because you follow Basketball Wives and Evelyn, that sort of thing?
Right.
Gotcha. So then when she came on talking about her man, is that what happened? And you found out what he does? Is
Right.
that what made you? Okay.
Some type of post that said, hey, if you want to learn trading, reach out, send a DM, I think is what it said. And so when I sent a DM, he sent his number, and then we talked.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. Did you know Alteria before? How did you guys get connected? Okay.
Simone is how I got connected to all the victims.
I thought it was just a complaint, which is I sent you a message where I said, hey, boo, they coming for, I hadn't listened to the whole video yet. And I said, hey, boo, they coming for you. I'm not sure what's going on, but, you know, be careful. But that boo meant I wanted him.
Oh, and that was, okay, so let me pull that up.
Yeah.
Let me pull that up.
She's in the middle of interviewing somebody. I can't.
Where is that one? Let's see. I got so many text messages. Let's see. Oh, I know where I can find it. Hold on one second. Wow. So you saw the post. Did you talk to Evelyn though before you moved forward? You did. So Kiki, tell me really quickly, tell me what happened. You sent the DM and then what happened after that?
Sent the DM really warning her and her sister, hey, if he approaches you guys or Jennifer approach you, he's being accused of scamming, you know. Watch it. And that's when I started.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So you okay. So you were following Jennifer. You saw the husband. You heard what he does. You reached out, did the DM.
Right.
Then you contacted Evelyn after that and shared that you were investing, and she said, I heard this.
So when I reached out to him, we had a good conversation. He, like you guys can tell, smooth talker, very nice guy. We talked.
He's very charming.
Right.
Very charming.
Talking about helping the Black community and how, you know, we need to do more on our own and all this good stuff. And so I was asking him, I told him, I said, maybe he misunderstood me, but when he told me how much it was, he said it was $1,500 for the lifetime management fee. I don't ever negotiate your price. If you tell me it's $2,500, I'm going to pay you $2,500. I'm not going to say, well, can you just trade for me on Mondays and Wednesdays? And I don't do that. If I can afford it, I'm just not going to pay for it. So him helping me was, I don't know where he got that from, but maybe he got me confused with someone else. I don't know. So I said, okay, I'll get back with you in a couple of weeks. Got back with them, sent the money. And when I sent the money, I let him know that it was gone. I mean, it was sent to him. Did he get it? He said, yes. And I said, okay, well, what do I do next? He said, well, go to Bitcoin, go to Cash App and buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
So he said, well, I don't understand. Anybody can do that, right? If you're in Cash App, we all can buy Bitcoin. Why? How is that?
So I'm gonna explain why he has you do that, because again, Kiki never funded her account, but I have, so I know what he does.
Right.
So what he has you do is he has you buy Bitcoin, and then he sends you his Bitcoin wallet address, and you transfer that money to his Bitcoin wallet, and then.
So then he's trading for you.
Well, that's what he states.
Allegedly. I mean, well, I'm just saying, even if he, but the idea is I'm going to pay you the fee to teach me how to do this and the lifetime management, and I'm going to fund an account that I'm going to give you access to. Whether it's not the account, you're shifting money and you're giving it to him for his sole control.
Exactly.
And you're hoping that he's going to invest it in triple, double, whatever your money.
And he also promises that we're going to get profit and loss sheets. He promises that he's going to do all of this. So again, We never saw an account that actually said, hey, here's where your money is. When he switched over to sway markets, okay? His profit and loss, after a year and a half of us asking for the profit and loss sheets, we got screenshots of a MetaTrader account. That is not a profit and loss sheet. I'm not stupid.
I am. What is that?
Sorry, it's going to show you all of the trades for a month, a year, 6 months, whatever you filter it to. It's going to show you what you lost, what you made profits on, what your actual balance is for the whole period of time. Okay. Now, when he sent us this MetaTrader account screenshots, what he didn't know is I went to swaymarkets.com. I created an account. The dashboard, when you log in, there's a square right at the top that says P-L. That stands for profit loss.
Yeah.
Why didn't we get that? We know you're trading with sway markets.
Allegedly.
We got screenshots of a MetaTrader account. Once again, the MetaTrader account you're screenshotting to us could be a demo account. We don't know.
Yeah. That's why That's why I think a lot of people wonder what it was that Jennifer saw at that time. Okay, so Kiki, you said that you sent him the fee that he named.
He told me to go into Cash App and buy Bitcoin. Well, I paused there because we didn't even talk about Bitcoin, and I think my assumption was, oh, we'll buy, maybe Dollar Tree or Lowe's. When you say trading, that's what comes to my mind. So I said, I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood. We went back and forth through text message. We never connected. I didn't fund my account because I was not clear. Why am I buying Bitcoin? And what does the $1,500 actually
do for you?
Because if I'm going into Cash App to buy the Bitcoin, does it mean after that you're managing the account, or am I technically managing my own account and I don't know I'm managing my account? So we never connected to get clarity on that. And since we never connected, I traveled, I went on with life and said, oh, it's a lifetime management account. I'll get back to it. And when I got back to it, that's when I started seeing the messages and hearing what's going on. And then I reached out to Evelyn and said, hey, save yourself. Don't do this. Don't do that. And
so you were warning Evelyn to be careful. Was Evelyn considering investing?
No. I just wanted her to know. I wasn't talking to her on a regular basis. That's okay. I'm finding this out. She may not know. So that's her friend. Let me reach out to her and let her know what's going on. Gotcha. And so we realized who I was and we started talking. She was like, a lot of the people are reaching out to me, but I don't know those people. This is getting too close to home. So Evelyn was not one of those people that said, okay, girl, we finna get their ass. She didn't do that. Show me what phone number did you talk to him on? Did you send him money? Show me text message. She wanted to see what was actually going on, because if she's going to speak up and say something, she don't want me having her out there looking like a fool. And I wouldn't do that, but we're not close like that, so she wouldn't know that, right?
Okay. Can I ask you this? You said you had, when you guys connected, when you gave her the warning, you said you weren't talking on the daily, you weren't talking regularly. You said something about once she figured out who you were. So had you met her in person ever?
She did live in Lozado. I don't know if you guys ever watched that show, but she came to Carl.
Yeah.
Every year we have a huge Thanksgiving feast
dinner
and we go to the house. And
I've seen that actually. I want to say a couple years back. I want to say it was on social media or something.
Yes, every year that's one of his things is family.
Yeah.
And so I met her at that time. His aunt was still alive, Sharon, which is his aunt that asked when they were gonna get married or whatever. But anyway, everything was at his house. So I had met her before, talked to her. Leo, I don't even know if he was a year old, but she had brought the baby. Her family came. So I had met her before, but I'm not the type of person that if some of my family is meeting with celebrities to be sitting over there, you know, rubbing elbows with them or anything like that. So I knew of her. I know of Carl, but I'm older than Carl. That's not somebody I hang out with. I don't go to the club and twerk and do all of that. I'm older. So I hung out more with his dad than I did with him.
Okay. So did you talk to Carl before you talked to Evelyn about this?
No, I just mentioned it to her. And then when she and I got to talking, it just kind of snowballed from there. Actually, she interviewed him for her podcast, and he didn't even know because I didn't tell him.
Oh, Evelyn. Evelyn interviewed
Carl.
Carl. I saw that recently, I think. Yeah.
So I didn't necessarily need her to get involved, but after I told her what was happening and she kind of realized this is a real thing, this is not just some type of rumor.
Mm-hmm.
Then he said, yeah, they better not mess with my Texas family. And I said, yeah, I hadn't said anything because I don't want to get him involved unless I actually have to get him involved. Mm-hmm. But I felt that even though it's $1,500 and Jennifer thinks, since I'm so pressed about my little $1,500, I don't care if it was $5. It's my money. And he had no right to do that. And as you stated earlier, you're sitting here talking about he's a felon and she needs to stop talking about that he's a felon because the game is a felon. First of all, no one cares about his background. No one cares. But you should have said something knowing you were asking to, deal with other people's money.
So wait a minute. So you're saying that you didn't even know that he had been to prison or had any of that in his background?
Found all this out watching Basketball Wives.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Yeah, the Basketball Wives is what told us everything.
Right. So I had remember the text message said I had seen the previews of season 11. So none of that had aired. So she ain't gonna sit up there and say, hey, y'all go work with my fiance. He's a felon and he might steal your money. She's not gonna say that.
Well, no, and here's the thing. I honestly, I would have thought that would have been one of the things that he would put on his bio, that would be one of the things that he would speak loudly about, because it could be an inspirational story to others if he was really thriving and had gone through something and had to start from the, what I mean? Like everybody likes the little underdog story.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Right. No, he didn't say that because he only says that on the world stages that he's on. Stages that he's on.
Okay. Wow. So after all of this, have you been in when was the last time you reached out to him, Kiki, and actually spoke with him?
I am blocked on all social medias. He has a new phone number, I guess. I don't know, but
yes, he's changed his phone number. He has 2 new phone numbers, by the way.
Which we feel like the public doesn't know is that while he's trying to insinuate that no one is doing their part on our side, he never tells you what he's doing on his side, because he wants you to know that they're looking for real estate and they're doing this, that, and the third. And I knew when he did that video with Jason Lee, it was really going to showcase his lies, because he said, I felt sorry for her. She's a single mom. And, I had a single mom and she's, people are struck. I don't even have no children. I ain't got child at first.
My friends are you, Kiki? You sure?
She doesn't have no kids. She's never told anybody she has kids.
But I think that's what I'm going to say. You think he really did? He must have gotten you confused with someone else then.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He just knows how anything that comes in the top of his dome, he's going to just throw it out there, because at that point, he's grasping for straws, because he knows that his days are numbered. So any lie that he can conjure up from the top of his dome, he's gonna just throw it on out there, not really seeing that he's making himself look stupid.
But he also said that I was a cousin of Carl and Evelyn made this up. Why would she need to make that up? And of all people that I could relate it to, sorry, cousin, but I wouldn't pick Carl. All the people that I can be related to.
Okay. Well, here's my thing. You like, I don't know. I feel like this is so traumatic for many people. I'm sure when you're talking about your money, I'm getting traumatized listening to you guys talk about what you've given and what you did not get in return. And I'm looking at these projects and thinking, oh, wow, is that how he's moving and shifting money around? Allegedly. If you know, I don't know if any of this is true, but I have questions about it.
Well, one thing's for sure is all you have to do is look at the receipts that have been presented to you. The receipts aren't alleged; those are real. Right. Now, let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. The entire time that he was on his soapbox or his rant during your interview, sweetie, what receipts did he present to you to back up his claims?
None. He just said that he had receipts. He had none. He said that he had receipts. He said y'all got receipts.
Absolutely,
got better receipts.
He said he had lots of receipts. Okay, well, Christian, if you have all these receipts, then why aren't you presenting them? You didn't have a problem presenting backdated ass 1 year, 2-3 year old receipts from 2 or 3 or 4 people to back up your lies on this so-called elephant in the room last year. So where are these new receipts?
Yeah. Well,
where are they?
The receipts that only confirm what he's saying. Like when he told her that I didn't return the release form. I literally got the release form on the 11th. I read it.
I see you signed it.
So I put it together. I told him that I put it together. I signed it and I sent it back on the 13th. But he stopped at the 11th. Not only did I send it back on the 13th, I had 3 follow-up emails on the same thread. So he was dumb because on his podcast, he showed his email address. I showed the same email address. I also sent a blind copy to our FBI agent. So if you want proof of that, I can have that agent to pull what I sent him on the 13th, and we can show that your email is on there.
So let's talk about, well, let me go to Nene. Nene, again, welcome to the show. And I know we have some technical stuff going on, but thank you so much for your patience. Tell us a little bit about your, no worries. I appreciate you guys coming. If you want to tell me a little bit about how you got involved in this situation, and I've got the receipts up. You tell me what you want me to show, and Alteria will come back to you so that we can.
You can show every last receipt that I presented, and then some. I have globs of receipts to back up everything that all 3 of us are stating to you today. We're here.
One thing is, Christian said he never guaranteed anybody anything.
And that was a bold
message that said, and remember,
he guaranteed Kiki a whole lot of money.
He did. I'm looking at,
for Nene, not Kiki, but Nene. Yeah.
Nene. Unless this is doctored, because
no, baby, it's not. Just like that video that I sent Simone that went viral. Yeah, that was me, Christian. I was the one who did that, since you're saying that Alteria was the one building an alliance. No, nigga. We all got together to mollywop your ass and these damn lies that you keep spewing. The one thing that I'm irritated at, and y'all excuse me, I apologize for the vulgarities, but my thing is this.
You are
I have been, and I'm not downplaying any of the other victims, experiences with this bastard. But when I tell you, when a motherfucker sit up and take money from a disabled individual giving all of her savings, and then I tell you that I'm a homeless motherfucker, and you tell me that, oh, it's my birthday, I'm spending time with my kids. Nigga, if I'm investing thousands of dollars into your black ass company, motherfucker, if I call your ass in the middle of the night or when you screwing Jennifer, bitch, you need to be on it like ugly on an ape. It's my money. If I need you to give me what I've invested, nigga, then it's your job to be on call 24 hours a day. Shit.
Nene, so wait a
Excuse
minute.
me. Excuse me, but I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry if I'm not trying to get the YouTube channel
No,
demonetized.
you fine. Look, let me ask you this. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. How did you meet Christian?
I like you. I'm a fan of the show Basketball Wives, and I followed Jennifer on Instagram because I'm into fashion. I love all the trends, the fashion trends, and so I love some of the when it first went into inception. I watched all of the Basketball Wives franchises too. Basketball Wives of LA, Miami, all of it, as well as, Housewives. So I watch all of these franchises basically to stay up on the trends, the fashion trends, that's just me. So because I follow Jennifer heavily on Instagram, that's how I discovered who Christian was.
Okay.
And so I thought that I was doing my due diligence. I went to his page to see, what is his company really all about. And, he had, like Alteria said, he had this, page, this business page all laid out professionally. It looked really nice. And, I'm like, okay, well, you know, in my dumbass mind, I'm thinking, okay, well, he's, involved with a public figure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So surely he's not to sit up here and do no fuck shit and steal people's money, because he's strongly connected and involved and about to get married to a public figure. That's where I fucked up at. So for all of the people who victim shame all of us, as to why would y'all give him so much money, this, that, and the other. Well, just to give you a brief backdrop of why my dumb ass gave this punk ass bastard any of my money was because when I met him, when I did the initial consultation, which let me correct that too, because he lied about charging a consultation fee. He never charged any of us a consultation fee. So that's bullshit too.
So like that initial fee, you don't think that's the consultation fee? Like when Alteria?
No, that's not the no. If you look at if I were to give you the entire text messages between me and Christian, and I love the fact that he does things via text because those are paper trails. Thank you, Christian. Thank you so much for being dumb as hell. So I can show you from the first time that we did the initial consultation, and I only spoke with him briefly over the phone during the consultation. So the fee that he charged me was, I believe, 17 or 1500. He said at the time, initially, his initial fee for account management, the lifetime account management fee is what I was charged. I did not get charged a consultation fee. The only fee that I had to pay him was for the account management.
Okay.
And he charged me, he said he was giving me a discount. He would always give discounts.
Yep.
So I didn't pay the full. I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said he loves to give discounts.
Okay, so that might be me. My connection is getting a little choppy.
Uh-oh. Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you fine. Can you hear us?
Can you hear? Yes.
Okay, you have a delay. That's all. But go ahead. Alteria was just saying, what did you just say, Alteria?
I said he loves to give
Okay.
discounts. That's his thing.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Yeah. Yeah. He does. I can hear you, Alteria. I can't hear Miss Lenore.
You can't hear me now? No.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so yeah, I can't hear
because if she can't hear me,
her.
tell her to go out again and come back in, if you wouldn't mind, Alteria.
You might want to go out and come back in again, Nini.
Okay, let me try that. Okay, I'll be right back.
It's so crazy. It does that sometimes. It's so weird. Like, okay, but anywho, all right, Alteria, what did you want to say?
So now my computer got crazy for a second. So my husband is actually here in the background, and he wanted to say something really quick before he leaves to work. Okay. Most of you guys only hear from us women, so a lot of people don't know that there's men involved, but there is quite a few men involved in this.
Oh, wow.
And they aren't men that necessarily are, gay or whatever the case may be. So I'm going to move out real quick and let him speak. He's got to leave to work.
Okay.
And I'll let him talk. Here, come on, babe.
And before you start, sir, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. If there are other individuals like the other sister, Christian's aunt.
I can text Christina the link.
Okay. Number. Perfect. And then I wanted to talk to you at some point because Natalia is a dear friend to Alteria, correct?
Exactly.
And you, obviously.
Exactly.
Sir, what's your name? I'm sorry.
My name is Tobias.
Tobias, nice to meet you, Tobias. I'm V. Lenore. Welcome to the show. Okay, so with Natalia being the mother of his children, I would love to have a conversation with her at some point too. But Tobias, go right ahead. Tell us what you want to know about what happened between you guys.
Okay, so first off, I am a gambler, always been. Okay, so in that case, I always believe in scared money don't make it. Okay. So in that case, the reason why we stayed in this group is because we saw a profit. Okay. We saw money. Okay.
Yeah.
And then after that, that's when everything started getting haywired. Okay. I got plenty of text messages. I got between me and Christian, excuse my language, pretty much telling him straight up, if you don't give me my money, I'm gonna put his dick in the dirt. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
Plain and simple. Okay.
That's new. I ain't heard that one before, but okay.
And Christian, know I'm about it. You know, and that's what I told him before all this happened. I said, Christian, no, I sue people. Okay. You know this. So don't mess with my money, because when you mess with people's money, that's a whole complete different level. Okay.
You mess with their family and their money, you got some problems.
Exactly. Okay? So talking about the account challenges. Okay. I just want to talk about that for a minute. Mm-hmm. When he so-called won the account challenges, then he didn't give us the money. So then this is what he told us. Tobias, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that 3,500 and I'm going to put it in project 2,000. That's what he told me.
I'm going to give you 35
Okay.
spots.
So I'm going to give you 35 spots. I said, okay. Once again, I got text messages of all this. All right. Now, he did say things about me and my wife relationships. And the reason why I didn't say anything is because a lion don't talk. A lion will stay in the back. And when that time comes, I'm going to attack. Okay. I'm not a guinea pig like Christian, sensitive ass. All right. And Christian knows this. And I wish that we could have a celebrity boxing match.
Oh, look at you. You mad. I ain't mad. I mean,
real.
I get it. You serious about this thing. Okay.
Well, the thing is, I will put more hands on him than the police department.
Jesus.
Okay.
Well, I think we all would.
And that's the thing. Like I said, I have so many text messages from this dude. Number one, he's got a piece of paper certified. That right there shows that you're in the wrong.
So wait, what do you mean? He got a piece of paper certified?
It's the promise to pay that I sent you.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I had him certify that with a bank, with a notarizer.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And then these text messages I could also give you as well. He couldn't even give me $500 because he was broke. Okay? How are you going to be a millionaire? You can't even give me $500.
When he said that here's the part I'm confused about. He said that he's worth 5 to 6 million, right? When Jennifer and he were interviewed with Carlos King, Carlos asked, who makes the most money, you or Christian? She said Christian. She also said that he pays most of the bills in the house. So how do you think that's possible? Or are you thinking she's lying for him?
Okay, this is what I think. I think that Christian went into a Walmart, bought about 50 boxes of Monopoly money, and thought that was $6 million. Christian ain't worth a dime. Nothing. Like I said, I have text messages. This dude can't even give me $500. And this is on several occasions. What he was doing was a Ponzi scheme. What you do first is you go ahead and give somebody a little bit of money to show that you could go ahead and make them more profit. And then in time, that person is going to give you more money because you already gave them some money.
I asked him that. I asked him about that. He, he said that that's not what was going on. Of course, I asked him if he was being investigated by the FBI. He said no. But the FBI doesn't normally tell you that they're investigating you either, right? So, and they take their time when they do it. So I don't know how he could say definitively, no, they're not investigating me. They just may be taking their time.
Like I said, excuse my language, but he been in prison. He's going to go back to prison, and his ass is going to be wider than the Grand Canyon.
Oh my God.
And that's probably what he wants.
Oh my Lord.
He's very sensitive. But anyway, that's beyond the point. The thing is, after the first Project 100, like I told my wife, I said, let's see if he's going to pay this little lousy $10,000 by being a millionaire. He didn't pay it. So then after Project 200, I knew he wasn't going to pay it. So then that's when we had a meeting, which we could show you that whole video.
She has it.
Me talking like this. I mean, I did this in front of Christian. Christian know I'm about it. Me and Christian had this conversation. You can play the whole thing. And I told him straight up, I'm going to get you. It might not be today. It might not be next week. I'm going to get you. Because you stole money. You think you're slick. You thought that you could talk your way out of all this. Like, I'm the only man that's talking about this. Like I did say, I sit back, relax, and listen to everything that's going on. And then I go ahead and attack. Now, the thing is, like I did say, all these projects, what he did was he bought his wife a ring. He's using our money to
fund their lifestyle. Okay, and that's what I was wondering.
To take care of his wife. I make money. Okay. I've been making money this whole time. So what Christian thought, okay, let me rephrase this. I got money taken from Trader's Domain for about $20-something thousand. I'm getting that money back. And Christian told me, hey, Tobias, won't you use that $20,000 and put it in Project 2000 or Bitcoin? So he even tried to take that money from me. Okay. I gave this dude over probably $17,000, $18,000. All right. Wow. It's kind of like I'm funding his retirement. We all are funding his retirement.
Here's the thing, though. Do you think there are a lot of people still investing with him right now that have not taken the same approach that you all
I know for a fact because victims are still coming forward and reaching out to me.
So here's the thing. I mean, you said you gave him about 17,000. Is that between the two of you, or is that just you?
That's between the two of us.
Between the two of you. And then I'm guessing, let's say everybody gave him $3,000 to $5,000. You said there were about 200 people at some point you saw were connecting with him. I'm just wondering, at some point though, wouldn't the money run out? Like, they live what appears to be a very lavish lifestyle. My thinking is, if people are coming to this idea that, oh, I'm getting scammed, then I'm thinking that's going to pull money back away from him. How is he going to be able to keep up this? I'm just curious.
Because he keeps starting up bogus ass companies.
That's what each person was different. So, for example, one lady that just came forward, she gave him $100,000.
Oh, yeah.
His next door, his mom's next door neighbor gave him $50,000.
Who is it that he said his mother wrote? Didn't he say his mother wrote a? Oh no, I think that was between the girl. Never mind. I'm so sorry. But okay, so there are still people that are giving big dollar amounts to him. But again, with all of this news right now, do you think that's still coming in for him? Because I'm thinking at some point they've got to show, like, what is Jennifer going to think? Do you think, Jennifer, you haven't answered this question. Do you think she knows it?
I can answer that.
Okay, go ahead.
I know exactly what
you already know what the question is. Okay,
I know that Jennifer is a part of this scam. This is the thing. Jennifer always been around scam artists. Jennifer always been around criminals. Okay. So in that case, in order to attract a criminal, you got to be a criminal.
Hello.
Okay. Now, the thing is, if all these people that she been around been doing outrageous criminalized stuff, and these accounts that Christians putting our money in, one of them has to do with Jennifer's account.
Yes,
she's part of it.
She's in. I actually sent the FBI because at one point in Christian's Telegram group, he listed each person and how many spots they actually bought in each project. Jennifer bought $5,000 worth of spots. I gave Simone Redwine that, and she did play it on one of her videos. So yes, she is a part of it.
And I heard, so I guess the money that he is now requesting from people to invest is going to their joint account. Is that the account you're speaking of?
Well, that is the lady that gave him $100,000. She was selling to Life with Jen and CG. Wow. And
I was too.
Oh,
he had me sending money to their joint account as well.
Okay.
It'll be a criminal enterprise, pretty much. It's not just trash. It's not just Christian.
Trash and garbage gets trash and garbage. Yes, absolutely.
Has the FBI told you guys that they are working on things or looking into things, or? Okay.
I speak to the FBI agent once a week.
Oh my God. Okay.
And it's a RICO charge. So like I did say, his ass is going to be wider than the Wide Canyon when he gets out, if he does. And that's the reason.
That's the reason why he was so agitated with your interview, Miss Lenore, because he knows the truth. He knows what's real. He knows that we have so much evidence on him to bury his ass and seal the coffin shut. That's why he was that's him and Jennifer were so agitated when they came over there.
I was going to show that clip too, and we could still look at it in a bit, but you're right. He was very agitated with my questions, but I'm going to ask him.
I was telling Kiki, I said, girl, he was just, the woman was being very polite and professional with him, and him and Jennifer just came over there, on 100, just agitated because the woman was just asking questions that people wanted to know. She wasn't trying to be malicious with it. She was asking questions that people wanted answers to. And they were still, even after that interview, they still left holes in their story. And we're here to put those plugs back in those holes.
Well,
this is what Christian would do.
Go ahead.
Christian will always say, this is his number one thing. I've been locked up. I've been in prison. No matter what y'all say, he want to bring it back to that to make people feel bad about him, that he went from the trash all the way to luxury.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, because it's an inspiring story. That's why I thought it was interesting that he was doing all of this and creating this little organization, if you will, and didn't tell people that he had that experience. Because to me, that would have been even more motivating. This guy, he didn't have a degree, or he didn't do this, and he made it happen for himself. He had a past. He went to prison. It's a great, inspiring story. So that's why I'm surprised he didn't say anything, which sounds a little fishy to me.
Yeah, we all did a demand letter. We all did a demand letter after February demanding our money, which he so-called had $1.6 million in. We did a demand letter. We did a. I
sent it to her.
We did a whole Zoom in regards to this. And in that Zoom, he's like, yeah, I give y'all money next week. Never did.
Wow.
He even said in the Zoom, if I didn't, what'd he say?
If I wanted to run off with all y'all's money, I could change my number and you would never hear from me again.
Like, but he did change his number, right? Did y'all say he got new numbers?
Yeah, he's got new numbers. Yeah. And the only reason why I know is because of the new victims that came forward gave me his new phone numbers.
So you got new phone numbers, you got new bank accounts.
He got new phone numbers, new bank accounts, and a new email as well. It's no longer Wealth at Gold Reserve Fund.
And he blocked y'all on social media.
He blocked all of us. Oh, we're blocked on Jennifer's page. We're blocked on Christian's page. We're blocked on everything.
Well, I would love for him to do a one-on-one with me because I have 3 years.
I know you do. I seen you one. Lord have mercy.
3 years.
I've been saying that we all would like to have a sit down with just him, not Jennifer. But I mean, because she's married to him, and because now we have reason to believe. We have reason to believe that she's involved with it too. So yeah, we want to sit down with the both of them. Let's compare receipts. Since they have so many receipts that they can show to back up their lies, let's put them up against our receipts and see who's really the liar.
Jennifer's mentally asked to come on. Please.
Let me say this real quick. Christina, I want to talk to you in just a minute for sure. Don't think I forgot about you. I would definitely want to talk to you. But Kiki, I got a question. Yeah. Does Evelyn think that Jen is scamming too? Have you asked her that?
No, I think the consensus is we all think she's aware. And at this point, you've got to be a part of something. I'm kind of hesitant to put that claim on her because I don't know that for sure, but we do have evidence.
And I'm just asking, is that something that she suspects at this point? Because she's going hard. Now, this is what I said. We had like a little members only thing after the fact. And this is what I said about the Jennifer Evelyn situation. Yeah. On the surface, Jen gave some clarity because she said they weren't best friends and that was just a ruse or whatever, right? And she said when they got back together and got cool again, they didn't talk if they weren't filming. All right. She said that. But I said that I do find it would be difficult for me if this person is my friend and they're concerned about this guy that I've married or am marrying. And the first time I hear about it is at the reunion in front of national television. I would feel a way about that. And go ahead. Oh no, I was just gonna say, and then let me just say this too. That comment about the game. If it were me being attacked, I probably would bring it up too. I'm just because now people are just throwing jabs at each other, right? And I would have given that jab simply because I don't believe that your family should be on the table to attack. But if your family is now a cast member or a friend to the show, then it's a different situation. And I understand how, look, my child is my everything. He's a grown-ass man, but that's my baby, okay? And I understand you don't want anybody saying nothing crazy about your baby, but you brought your baby on the show, and now your baby is involved with this guy, and you are focused on my life.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Your storyline appears to be, and I ain't got no problems with, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, if it were me, in all fairness, and we've been friends, we've known each other for decades, you should be able to tell me you got a problem with it, and then we move on from it, and I shouldn't hear about it on TV. And so if we are going to talk about my husband, I might bring up that your baby dad, your daughter's baby daddy is also a felon. I probably would have brought that up too.
Okay. And that's all fair. That's all fair. But here's the part that Jennifer is leaving out. First of all, Evelyn reached out to her several times.
Okay.
Privately.
And post where she sent the text messages. And if people pay attention, Jennifer said she did not return her call. So she didn't want to bring this to the show. She wanted to have a private conversation to, one, talk about the hot mic moment, and two, to share with her concerns, which she had proof of what I had sent her. You know, hey,
and here's what a lot of people,
this, that, and the other, but this is someone that I know, and here are the receipts. This is not something someone told me. So
and that's also, you know, part of the reason why Evelyn, this is the promise to pay for us with the Project 200. You'll see that he says that he owed us $13,944. In the picture, you'll see Christian's signature is there. His hand is in the picture. It's notarized. But what Evelyn also, what a lot of people don't understand, because I've spoken to Evelyn a couple of times myself. What people don't understand is before this hot mic moment and everything, Evelyn had all of us victims in her inbox, because a lot of people, what people are like, oh, well, why is this just coming out now? Because they're married. No, we have all been messaging. I've messaged Basketball Wives. I've messaged SEC, FINRA, FBI, SEC. I've gone through it all, the state of Georgia. I've gone on Tasha K. I've done everything that I can to get a hold of whoever would listen to say, hey, you guys, this guy is really scamming people. Do not give him a platform to even talk on.
So do you see Jennifer then? Okay, I guess what I was trying to make a distinction between is if Jennifer, because I believe if what you say is true, okay, I don't know anybody, right?
Yeah,
but if everything you say is true, then does that mean that Jennifer could have been a mark initially? Where
I believe, and I think his aunt Christina can speak on this better than we can. But honestly, I think she was. I think she was. I think in a year, Jennifer is going to come out and say, I was a victim. I was scammed too.
I don't think she'll ever say that. I think she'll take her loss and go live the rest of her life. But let me finish this part up. So back to Evelyn and Jennifer. So she did try to have this private conversation offline. She didn't want to discuss any of that. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to the friendship, Jennifer is right, according to Evelyn. They are not friends. They are on two totally different paths in life. Jennifer's doing her thing over here. Evelyn's, you know, she's a mom, going to baseball games, stay her butt in Home Goods all the time. So she's doing that other life. She's doing her own thing. So they are not the best friends that we originally knew them as when we started watching the show in Miami. So that is actually true. But I think what really concerned Evelyn is when I told her, I said, look, people are upset. You got people that have lost upwards of $100,000. Jennifer is not about that life. So I am concerned for her as a woman riding around here thinking that everything is okay. So when I said that, that made her say, let me just make sure she truly understands that we are concerned for her, not who she's married. Evelyn doesn't care that he's a felon. What Evelyn said on the show, should he be trading? And you asked the question as well. Should he be trading as a felon? He told you yes, because he's slick.
He said he can trade for himself,
right?
But he can't trade for other people.
Always leaves it blank like that. You cannot trade other people's money. You weren't asking, can he trade for himself? You don't care whether he trades for himself.
Right.
The point that she was making is, can he trade for other people as a felon? And people keep hearing the word felon. So the assumption is, and that's why if people pay attention to Jennifer, she doesn't say anything defamatory, except the colorism comment, like the auntie does. The auntie is running around here foaming at the mouth, saying all this disgusting stuff and lies, because she wants the attention on her. And Evelyn is not going to give her the satisfaction of responding to her, because Evelyn's comment was simple. And she did that on the Shade Room. I get paid.
Well, she did call her the C word.
Okay, let's go to that. So the post was on Evelyn's page. She posted a simple message. If you don't want to get slapped, stay out of her space. She didn't go to their page. So if she posted that and Jennifer had said something and Evelyn went back and they came back and forth, that's one thing. But the little doorman and the foaming at the mouth cafe auntie should not be on her page talking shit, thinking that she's not going to respond, especially at that time. So you will get called a cunt and everything else. I mean, you know what I'm saying? If you on somebody else's page, whether it's right or not, that's up to the individual that's reading the comment. But don't say anything on her page. Don't act like she went to your page and started you out, because she didn't.
Okay.
She didn't do that.
Really quickly, Christina, thank you for coming on. Thank you for being here. This is so Christina, you are the sister to Christian's mom. Is that correct?
Yes, she's my baby sister.
She's your baby sister. Who's the oldest? I mean, is it like 4 sisters or 3?
No, it's 3. It's 3 girls and 1 boy.
3 girls, 1
boy. My
boy.
brother's the youngest.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you the oldest of the 4? Just curious.
No, I'm second oldest.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So I saw you on Tasha K show. Okay. You was going.
I was rolling. I was hyped. I had so much I wanted to say, because
I know this. Yeah.
It was a lot that I wanted to say, because I had stayed quiet for so long, and my family dynamic, since this has been going on with my nephew, it started making me aware of my family dynamic and how effed up it is. And
girl, everybody's
especially
family
when it comes to
everybody's family.
Well, it's true.
Families.
But that's the difference. I can admit it. They can't.
Okay.
The other 2 miscreants can't admit it. So that's the difference between them and myself. And I wanted to say so much, but thank you for having me.
Oh no, thank you
this afternoon. And
so,
they keep me, the warriors over here, they keep me abreast on what's going on.
So let me ask you this.
I have not. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So my understanding is the problem, the conflict that you are having with the family right now is all behind or initiated, they say, at, was it a bridal shower, and Jennifer's shoes came missing. It
was their engagement party.
So what happened? She took off some shoes. The heels probably were hurting her feet or something. She took them off, put them to the side, and the shoes disappeared.
Well, that's part of it, but what actually happened was, I did not know my baby sister had become so stalkerishly in love with her new maid
Daughter-in-law.
daughter-in-law, but yeah,
Wait,
and she has her head so.
they's married now.
Yeah, the same age. When I say mate around us, yeah. So that's why I can't. They basically the same age. But anyway, my sister, Christian's mom, had on these shoes. And I mean, I had a picture. She had on this dress looking like she was about to pop out of it, looking like the Pillsbury dough, the can you pop the biscuits on. So she had on a dress like that and these shoes. She was walking around looking like, a pterodactyl walking around. Her feet was hurting. So I'm like, girl, these shoes are cute, but why did you put them on? And like I said, they didn't have any food. They had this charcuterie board and they had this liquor. Everybody's liquored up. Everyone was drunk.
Wait,
So
there's
her
no food?
husband,
It's
it was supposed to have been a dinner and it was finger food and a charcuterie board. Mind you, like I said, I'm a chef, so I know food when you serve food.
ooh,
And
okay.
so her husband, who she abuses, along with her in-laws she abuses, he runs out to get her flat. So for her to come, because her feet were killing her, and Jennifer and Christian hadn't even gotten to the party yet. So the night goes on, everybody's doing their thing, what have you. I saw Jennifer come in when they finally got there. Beautiful. She was gorgeous, beautiful. But I didn't go running up to her. I stayed back because I'm not that type of, I don't fan out. So I never got to see her shoes. By the time I got to see Jennifer's feet, she had on white house shoes that matched the color of her dress, which was white.
Okay.
So the night goes on and everybody's things start to die out. My sister and them, they left. So I make my way up to his brother's wife's family to go and sit and put brother's wife's family.
Christian's brothers?
Christian's wife's family. I made my way.
Okay.
Right. And I made my way up to their table because everything was thinning out from the party. And so when I got there, because I'm positioning myself to say goodnight to Christian and Jennifer so I can leave. So then I looked down as I was right there at the table with the family. I look down and I see the shoes. I'm like, be damn, Gina done left her down. Her drunk ass done left her shoes.
Okay.
So I picked the shoes up looking like this heifer done left her shoes. So I put them right down next to me. And they showed on camera. If I was looking to steal the shoes, it wouldn't have showed me putting them back down on the floor, sitting down on a chair, waiting my turn to speak to my nephew and Jennifer.
Okay.
So then when I finally got to him to say goodnight and what have you, I picked up the shoes and left and went home. So I called my mother. I called Regina the next day before I called my mom, and I have that. The next day I called, she didn't pick up. She's good for not picking up the phone when she don't want to talk to you. So to let her know I had her shoes. So she didn't answer. So I talked to my mom, and I was telling my mom, glad you didn't come. It was a farce. It wasn't something she would have enjoyed. And if you talk to Gina, let her know I got her shoes. Okay. So that was that. Okay. So then before you know it, some time later, I'm getting a phone call from my mom. Oh, you need to call them. They said they got you on video stealing Jennifer's shoes. And I don't have Jennifer's shoes. I have Gina's shoes. And then come to find out, mind you now, this is way later. They got married. Their engagement party was December of 23, like December 3rd or 4th of 2023. My baby sister's birthday is in January. But even before that, once everything I thought was clear, Jennifer came to my house, Christian came to my house, got the shoes. Jennifer and that voice of her, I didn't take it. I was trying to take the shoes and all of that. It was like she thought they gave it to the valet, and they thought valet had did something with the shoes. She got the shoes. I'm thinking everything's cool. I go to my sister's house in January 17th, her birthday. I cook her birthday dinner. She's telling me how she clearing out her whole closet to get. She does the knockoff version of what Jennifer buys. She can't afford what Jennifer affords, so she buys the knockoff version. Sorry.
Go ahead and talk. I just need to. I hear something fell, so I'm listening though.
I get you. So she I'm like, girl, you bought the knockoff version. She's like, girl, you know I can't afford them. Jennifer shoes was expensive, and those shoes I bought was like $199. I was like, girl, you copying that woman. So I'm like, where's my sister losing her mind over this woman? So I'm thinking it was all done until March comes of 2024. And my brother, I go see my mother, and my brother blocks me from coming into the house. And I'm sitting here like, what's wrong with you? He was like, you giving the family a bad name, go out here stealing Jennifer's shoes. I'm like, ain't nobody steal no Jennifer's shoes. So once again, I have where I text her, Gina, you need to give me a call. I told her what was going on about these damn shoes. So I didn't call my mom. It's like, this boy down here won't let me in the house because of some shoes. And would you let him know that I did not take, I thought it was Gina's shoes. And so my mother let him know. Yeah, she called me the next day, and then it was clear. And then he let me know, well, she's the one running the charge about still running the charge that you stole these shoes. I'm like, this bald head bitch has got to be out of her brain. You know, you you guys got issues. And then, see, I never watched that video, but Tasha did play a part where she admitted that she did have the same shoes as Jennifer, but they were knockoffs.
Yep.
Wow.
So how did I see? That goes to show you they have mental problems.
Where are the shoes right now?
Jennifer Ben had the shoes back in December
So what
of 2023.
I mean, it's shoes. She got them back. What's the big deal? I don't understand.
This is where Christian is fucked up because his mama's fucked up. They are big liars. They're liars.
Yeah.
They don't know how to tell the truth to save their own selves. And they would love, they love to be able to sling mud. But then, see, the problem with me is when they come slinging mud, when they got on that video, they didn't expect for me to come stomping like a champion. Because, see, you can't bury the truth, and you can't do nothing but with the truth, but accept it when it finally rears its head. I'm not, as far as these people with the victims and stuff, I didn't even get into that. I knew better. They didn't know my nephew. I knew my nephew. I told him before he got with Jennifer. I told my sister, he can't do that. He can't do it. They kept trying to convince me to get on. And I told his mom, I told Jean, I said, look, if what he's doing is valid, why don't you pay for me the spot? Then whatever I make from the spot, I'll pay you back the money, what you paid in, and I'll give you the interest. Some interest on top of that. And she supposedly did that, bought some spots for my mother and I, but it never happened. But then she tells me about her neighbor Sharon, who by the way, she gave him $9,000 to pay that restitution that he promised her 2 weeks after that he would pay her back. And it's 8 months now?
And I know this to
5,
be
6
true
months
because
now?
I've spoken to Sharon myself, and Sharon told me.
You know, he told me so. He said he had the 12,000 was no problem.
He didn't have it. He didn't have it. He called
honey. He called my family. He begged my family in New York for 5,000. I mean, they were calling me like, "What is going on?" He's calling and begging, and he don't realize nobody in the family anymore is gonna take money give him money and then he's so gone. The people in the family that he took money from, he goes back to ask them because he panicked about not going to court and not having his money. So I then find out from Sharon that she said she don't even know him. The only reason she did it because of my sister, which they're neighbors. And to this day, he's not even paid her back that, not including the money she also lost with investing with him. So, like I said, I'm
$50,000 to invest on top of the money that she
the
gave.
9,000,
right, for restitution. And I've seen her bank account, so I know this to be a fact.
Wow. So let me ask you this, Christina. I'm just curious, what was Christian like as a little boy? And the reason, and here's the thing, let me just tell you what I see when I see Christian. Okay. Ooh, Christian, you ain't gonna like this. Okay. So I see Christian, when I first saw him with Jen, it stood out to me that he's significantly younger. Okay. That really rings, that alarm goes off for me, partially because she and I'm 55. I'm guessing, I think Jen's around 49. We in the same age group. Okay. I got a 33.
But she's 50 now.
Oh, she's 50. And then I have a 33-year-old son. Okay. I can't imagine first of all, my son is wise and smart and kind and saved and talented and articulate and all of that he is. He still isn't on the same level of his mama or someone in his mama's age group. You know what I mean? So, and as I mentioned the other day, look, and I don't have a problem with Jen. I watched the show. I've been a fan of the show, right? And I even mentioned her. I felt like there are times when people have taken advantage of her, bullied her, and made her a scapegoat at times during this whole thing. But when I see Christian, I see him as someone who is probably a cute little boy who probably got a lot of attention. He's very charming. I know he seemed a little hostile, in the interview here or there. Let me tell you something, Christina, the way you talk, that's how my family talk, right? To each other. Like how you just called your sister them names. My mom probably and her sister probably done that too. Okay. So I seen that. I get it. When I had when I had Jen and Christian on, there were other content creators, another male. Nene. We've got some feedback. I'm gonna mute you. I'm muting you so that feedback will go away. I'm sorry about that, Nene. So when you want to talk out, we'll all go on.
Oh, I think Christina somehow hopped off.
Yeah, she probably. Christina, if you need to, Christina. Oh Lord. Okay.
Here, I'm gonna call her real quick.
My mic was muted.
Yeah, I just muted you because there was some bad. Here comes Christina.
Okay.
You sound good now, though. Here's Christina.
There you go.
Okay. So Christina, this is what I see him as, like this cute little charming little boy, and then he grew up and probably was very charming and a ladies' man to some degree. I'm be honest, Christina, he ain't gonna like this. Oh Jesus, this is not an insult. This just was a concern for me. At first glance, I thought he was gay. I thought that maybe Jen was a beard, and that Jen could have been a mark. That he may have seen aligning himself with her gives him more access, a bigger platform. No, there's no bigger platform than TV and on VH1 at that, and then on a franchise that has been established and is on its 12th season. So and he's with an original cast member. Like all of these things make sense to me. And let me say this too. I do not judge people who have something in their background. I have something in my background. Okay.
Me too.
I did a whole TED talk. I help people. I talk about recidivism all of the time. I'm going to be the biggest advocate for someone who is made bad choices in the past and is trying to do something new. That is what I stand on that. Okay. I do. But when I see Christian, it feels like he has this way of finessing things, and he probably has done a lot of finessing all of his life. And I thought he was finessing Jennifer, and that, he used her as a vehicle, a conduit, so that he could get access to richer people and more people and that sort of thing. That is what my impression was. On the flip side, like I said before, if you're talking about my husband, I understand that Jen's going to talk the way she's talking. I don't think that's wrong. And then the other thing is Auntie. I know there's a lot of heat that Auntie brings to the table because she's supporting her nephew. Christina, I know you said something. Oh, child, it cut me like a knife when you said that ain't my sister. She ain't come out my mama's kitty cat. You didn't say kitty cat, but
Yeah, I said pussy hole.
yeah. Yes, you did. You said that. So my thing is, Jesus, what was my perception at all close to the truth? And if not, what was Christian like growing up?
Christian was a beautiful baby. All of our babies are beautiful. And as a kid, as I'm speaking, his father is actually in the live. I just saw him tell me I'm speaking on it. Hey, Mello.
Here?
Yeah, his father is in the live.
Okay, let me honey, drop the link. Daddy, you won't come up? Come on up, Mr. Walden, because I want to know why your son is over here changing his name to Gold. And he's the whole
you
Walden.
didn't expect all of these nuggets, did you?
I sure didn't, but I'm happy for it. Bring it up, Daddy. Come on, Daddy. Come on up. Okay, go ahead, Auntie Christina.
And Christian was he was a little boy. Interesting. Christian was the type. I remember telling a story where we were all sitting at Red Lobster one day, and Christian didn't even have teeth. I mean, he's sitting in a high chair.
Okay.
And he displayed such anger to his mom, like he had took her hand and dug into her hand and tried to take her hand and bite her hand with his teeth, which he didn't have any. And I looked at him and I was like, this boy, it pissed me off where I went and snatched him up out of his high chair, took him into the bathroom and wore his ass out. When I came back, he sat in a chair and I told my sister and them then, if you don't get a handle about this boy displaying that much anger as a baby, you're going to have problems. Now, Christian has never, ever showed me any type of disrespect. None of my nieces and nephews, they never showed me that type of disrespect because I'm that type of aunt. Mm-hmm. They're not going to do it. But he has put his paws on his mom.
What? Excuse me?
Yeah, he has put his paws on his mom. And so I had to remember that. And I'm like, because where is this all coming from? When he was a teenager. And I had to go back into my mental Rolodex to understand why his psyche is the way he is. He is the way he is because his mother is the way she is. She's volatile. She's volatile with her husband. She's done hit and beat him up with hammers. She's gotten in her in-laws' face and disrespect and just scary and threatened her in-laws to the point where I'm surprised no one called for a senior abuse, abuse against the seniors, because to the point they had to move out of their home. They were afraid of her. And like I said, there's people that have witnessed her go through mental breakdowns, go through a lot of these things. Now, as far as Christian, very sweet. I mean, like I said, before he even got with Jennifer, Christian didn't have a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of, but he always liked nice stuff. His mother loves nice stuff. His mother is money driven. And he's now become money driven. And so with all of this going on, I can now see the fact that a lot of this stemmed from his mother. Now as far as him being gay, Christian wasn't about that life before he went to prison. He never had gay people hang around him. Once again, I want to put that out there. I have nothing against who does what with their sexuality. I don't have nothing against that. If he's gonna go both ways, all the way around, turn back around and do flips on top of it,
that's his business.
Be all that.
Let me just say this. The reason why I brought that up, because his sexuality does not matter in the bigger scheme of things.
It doesn't matter.
If he was gay, if he was bisexual, if that's how they got down, that's their business. But in my mind, I'm thinking this man probably doesn't like women. And that was another reason why I thought he was using Jen. And that's why I asked Jen, when you have friends that come to you that question that situation, do you think Do you, I mean, do you think that they're coming from a good place? And she said that there were people who came to her, but once she had the conversation, they left it alone. So I obviously there were other people who questioned certain things, and again, his sexuality doesn't matter unless he's using it to scam. That's it. That's all.
Well,
And
like I said, I can honestly say, because like I said, I've been there, I mean, his whole life. And when he went to prison, he wasn't about that. That wasn't even a question. You wouldn't have seen none of that on him. Once he got out of prison, that's all you saw him hang around.
That's what, because I was going to say, allegedly, well, not even allegedly, the person that introduced Jen to Christian was a gay man, her good friend, right? Their mutual friend,
right? Because he was good friends with him.
Yeah,
right. He was good friends with him, and she was good friends with him, but they didn't know until the night when him and Natalia got into it, and he decided to take a breather because he had just got off the phone with me and I was like, look, you need to go walk it off, and y'all need to just take a time. And him and Natalia just had gotten into it, and he went walking in the building because I was gonna move down into that building as well. And that's the night he ran into the guy and Jennifer, and that's how they met. So Natalia was still in the picture.
Okay. Wow, this is a lot. There are people who had questions. The Black experience, Black girl experience. You can come up. I'm only gonna give people a couple of minutes if they want to come up and ask a question. Yeah. So that we can do that. Let me see. That is Mr. Walden in the chat still?
It's Lapel Walden. It should be Lapel Walden.
Lapel, if you want to come up, this link is in the chat. Please hit it. I'd love to hear from. So let me ask you this, in case he doesn't come up. Does Christian have a relationship with his dad? Why did he change his name?
Because I mean, think about it. Think of the name, because he thinks he's grand. That's a name that sticks out like gold. Or I'm surprised he didn't go platinum or titanium. Or that's just a persona of what he did. Because he didn't have a bad life. He didn't have a bad life. I mean, Mama made sure that he was taken care of. He lived. He said he's with a client right now. So, but he said I'm speaking on it. But he's with a client right now.
Okay.
And so, they were always around me because I have the oldest grandchild. I was a teenage mother. I got pregnant at 16, and I have the oldest cousin. And they always were around, always. So it wasn't like that, other than their mama and her Looney Tunes self, they had a life, they had, the matriarch of the family, they respect her and love her. And it's just when they became adults, it's just they morphed into something different. And I'm sitting here like, ugh. I'm not, he the reason why I came so hard at him, because he had mentioned to, somebody that don't trust me, you can't believe me, my auntie, she lies, she this and that and the other. And that's when I decided to really amp it up, because my whole mission about him is taking care of them kids. I need you to take care of them kids, because they were homeless and they ended up living with me for a bit.
The mother of his children and the kids?
Yes. I'm the aunt who, and mind you, Jamaria has never met Natalia at all.
Never.
Jamaria is Lauren, right?
Yes, Jamaria is Lauren. Right. Yes.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Lauren hasn't met who?
She never met Natalia.
She's never met Natalia.
Never a day in her life.
What?
Natalia don't know that woman.
She ain't never met her.
Okay, so let's go back. I have a question about, so Lauren says that she's, look, I have aunts, uncles that are not blood, but they're closer than blood. So I said, I get the passion, I get it. So I'm not calling her fake auntie. If that's auntie, that's auntie. My question was going to be though, did you ever have a relationship with this lady? Because I understand she's really an in-law to your in-laws, right? I mean,
Well,
no,
she's
in-laws.
she's ex in-laws with Christian's father side
Right.
of the family, the Waldens, because she was married to Christian's father's oldest brother, and she's not remarried. But like I said, she wasn't in their life like that. You know, um, it wasn't like we were all together and we would do this. I knew her. I knew how tumultuous her life was with her first husband. I knew things, but we didn't hang together like that. Um, the boys weren't raised around her like that. Their kids didn't play together. It wasn't like they were all chummy like how the cousins on the maternal side were always together.
That's what she told
And
me though. It sounded like they
n-
were, those are her babies. She said
no,
Christian's always been my
no.
baby.
I mean, in her head, people like, oh, that's my baby, that's my baby. But I'm here to say on the ins and outs and the intricacies of it, no, she was not. And like I said, she showed up. She did. I was surprised. When I saw her show up at the court when he was going through the things with Madison. Um, she was there in support, and I was like, oh, well, hey, girl, I ain't seen you in forever. I was like that. Just like, thank you for coming to support. Other than that, once he disappeared, I mean, he got sent away, what have you. And then she came out to little family functions after that. But it was nothing like how, somebody is constantly in their life now.
Did you hear when she said that they're going to move to Vegas?
I mean, they can, hey.
That Jennifer and Christian are moving to Vegas, so they're moving to Vegas too. Did you think that was odd, or what did you think about that?
Hey, like I said, what they eat don't make me shit. So, I mean, if they need to figure that out, because like I had put on Tasha K show, he talking about he having a house built from the ground up, and they can't even get a pre-approval. Neither one of them. So, and I had provided the address and everything. So, and this is coming from, like I said, the people that they were talking to go get the house. So, like I said, they can, whatever they can do, they could go to Vegas. I don't care about any of that. All I'm saying is, if you were any type of person, you talk about these people, if you were any type of aunt or auntie or anybody, like you said, of our age, because I'm 56, I would be like, boy, I need you to do the right thing so this stuff can come off your back. Take care of them kids. Do what's right. Because did anyone ever ask Lauren, has her and her husband or Jamaria and her husband invest in Christian? Does anybody know the answer to that question?
I know the answer.
I know you do.
Because I got the list of everybody that was involved.
They're not members of that situation.
They're not. Not at all.
So they're not losing nothing as far as that's concerned. Now, whatever they're doing, when they all ride up in that Rolls Royce looking like the Beverly Hillbillies, all riding in one leased car, I mean, that's something they can do on their own. But grown people will say, take care of your family so this stuff won't, even somebody he married to won't even come to him. Oh, grandma that he married to won't even say, go over there and take care of my step kids, my grandbaby step kids, step baby kids, whatever she want to call them. It's not even about them. Make no effort about none of it. That's where I stand in this whole thing, is those kids are my blood, my actual blood. And they have been post, and it's not fair. And then they want to make it about they want to make it about Evelyn. I mean, you have to think of people when bullies take and they go in and try to threaten people and to knock people off their game and off their square. And when you go in and you have people talking about everything but what's right, that's the problem. Why are you worrying about somebody else's pussy hole? Why are you worried about any of these things? Because true people that go pound for pound, stay quiet. We move around like ninjas. We don't have to go out there and talk about what we can and can't do. You're quiet and you move as such. So all of that, yeah, that's for the birds. No.
Oh, Lord. I'm so sorry.
Grown men. That's okay. Grown men in my nephew's life, they're not telling him to do the right thing.
And that's what
grown men.
Yeah. I was wondering about that. So, okay. So I'm sorry. I missed the part about you and Lauren. So you're saying that Lauren wasn't even around him like that. So you think that they got closer just recently after this whole relationship came about, or no? Before that?
She's been, I mean, she's here. She's in it now because he's with Jennifer. He, like I said, she never met, if she's so into his life, why isn't she never met Natalia?
So she been around his kids? Natalia's kids?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of.
Let me ask
From
you
what I know, Natalia's kids have never met Lauren.
Oh my God. Are you serious? And that's right. Natalia's your good friend.
Yeah. Yeah, I talk to her every day.
Oh, Lord have mercy. So, okay. Wow. Okay. So can I ask you guys a couple quick questions where, first of all, Alteria, do you think Natalia would come on at some point?
I don't know if she will, because she's kind of at the point where she's kind of done with all of this. She's sick of just all the lies. She really is. She's sick of it all. I will say, because I've seen a lot of comments asking about updates with the child support and stuff. There is a child support order now in effect. It's a temporary child support order because, again, she doesn't live in the state of Georgia.
Oh, where is she?
She's in Maryland.
She had to go back. She had to go back to Baltimore.
So she's in Baltimore with the children. He also mentioned that the first baby mom, which I never say that, but the mother of his oldest child, that he has.
I know her.
He said he has a wonderful relationship with her.
No, he doesn't.
Someone else said
no, he
doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
No, he
doesn't. He told me
I know her very well. Like I said, if once again, when he got her pregnant, they were always at my house because that was a tumultuous situation. And I lived in the proximity of her family's home. So they was always at my house, or I tried to help facilitate and mediate between her and the family because it was some friction there. But as of today, the relationship isn't like that. I mean, she raised him with her family. Her family raised that child. And he just turned 15 on the same day as his father's birthday. That's one thing they do share in common.
Wow. Now, explain to me, no one explained, why did this man, I mean, I understand that it sounds good with the gold thing, but I'm just wondering, that's very significant to just go ahead and say, I don't want to be tied to whatever legacy I'm supposed to represent. And I'm just going to make up a new name.
That's selfish. That's selfish. And like I mentioned before, a lot of people were upset that if they did grant him the name change. I said, but you have to think about it like this. With all of the mess that he has created for himself, he actually changed his name into the mess that he has put out there. So he has actually sealed the deal for whatever he's done with everybody he worked with in this mess he created. So he still his name, solidified his name as gold as to what he's been doing at this Ponzi situation.
So you
So
believe that
I
it is,
can't say he can't get it.
you believe that
Mhm.
this is a Ponzi scheme. You are the auntie, you know them.
You can
You've
sit
had
back.
his,
You can sit back and look at it. Right now, you know, there's a handful of people that is there, that's up front, that he has to keep facilitating money to as well. One of them is his mother, because if he don't give her that money, she will. Y'all, none of y'all will have to worry about that. She'll get rid of him herself. She don't play about money. Like I said, she's money hungry, and she'll admit that. He's gonna make sure that she's getting money in return with whatever he's doing, and certain other few people that are there supporting this nonsense. But but problem is this: once the chips fall, they're gonna lose anyway. Once the
yeah,
cards fall, they're gonna lose.
yeah. It sounds like, in my mind, I'm feeling like he you know, he came out of prison knowing he's going to have to really hustle to achieve maybe the things he wants to achieve, and the hustle that he has tried to master was after having some experiences with MLMs, probably seeing how they're structured, and then thinking, oh, I can create something like this. You know, it also reminds
Because
me
that's how
of,
he and Natalia met. That's how he and Natalia met. She was on top of her game.
now, and here's the other thing. Y'all remember when people have those pyramids where it's like, okay, you get 500 and you bring somebody in, and basically everybody's giving this person who hits the top, everybody's going to give that person money, and you got to
I
keep
think it was
bringing
called a
people in.
flower or something like that. It was some type
I've
of
heard
flower
all
thing.
kinds of. I lived in Atlanta. I want to say it was people helping friends helping friends is what it was called in Atlanta. Then I'm from Ohio. They called it people helping people. It was something like that. And
then they would go to birthday. People put in somebody's birthday. They named it all kind of different things, but
so I feel
at the
like, is
end of
this
the
probably
day,
what that is? Because at the end, you're going to run out of people to bring in at the bottom. So I feel like on some level, he's been using that money to pay off people who have hit the top, right? But then he has to cycle in more
to keep
money.
certain people happy, as well as his present situation, which is, and I promise you, I'm here to tell you, he is not worth no $6 million. He ain't even worth 6 cents.
Why do you think he would say that? And then Jennifer just sat there and said, do you think she believes he's worth $5 million?
Do I believe what now?
Do you believe that Jennifer believes that he is worth $5 million? I mean, this man said right now, look, if my man said in an interview that he was worth $5 million, I know my man is not worth $5 million. He is in my heart, okay? But he damn sure ain't got it in his bank account, okay? So I would be like, what the hell? That would cause some problems in our relationship if I believed that he was lying. So do y'all think do you think she believes that, Kiki? What you think?
I do think that she believes that. I think that what Christian is so good at, which is why I enjoyed your interview so much, because you had a certain amount of information. So you wanted to just hone in on certain things that weren't clear. He tells, if you pay attention to the video you did with them, he's telling the auntie and he's telling Jennifer what it is he wants them to know. So whatever he tells Jennifer, I believe she's going to believe that.
That's what I think too.
Unfortunately, like even when Evelyn was on the Shade Room, she said, you know, if all of this, you had a pause when you asked him how many people. He said 22. You said, you know,
I thought it was like 10. He said it was 22 people trying to sue me. I was like, 20?
Actually, the total number between the two lawsuits is 26, and it equals up to over $220,000. Kiki and Nene Kiki's a part of one of them, so we can give those figures. We know that for a fact. That's a fact. That's court records.
Wow.
So when they interview them and give them this platform, if they not gonna be Lenore, I don't want it.
Here, I want to play a little bit of when Jen and when they showed up on the screen, okay? Because some of the things I was questioning and asking. Huh? What would you say?
Foaming at the mouth.
Though I liked her spunk, but now you guys are giving me other context around the relationship, and now I'm concerned about it, because if this man, I feel like, now this is the one thing I will say, I expect an auntie to fight for their loved one. I get that,
Right.
but I want to believe that auntie thinks that everything that he said is true, and that's why she's out here fighting like that. You know what I mean?
He's damaging Jennifer's opportunities and brands to work with real businesses. Nobody is going to want to work with her, and you got this drunk auntie running around here foaming at the mouth. All of her social medias it's drenched in gin. She's almost obsessed with them as she is with Evelyn's pooch.
That is true. That is very true. I looked at her Instagram last night and I sent Kiki a text and said, why is her entire Instagram nothing but Christian and Jennifer?
That's not good.
Okay, let's listen to when they pop up on the screen, and we'll listen to a little bit of what Christian had to say.
Okay. Yeah, so hey, I just, put it that way.
All right. Now let's fast forward to he gets out of prison. What was he doing for income at that time when he first came out? I know that he's a trader, if you will. I don't know what he calls his business right now, but is this something he's been doing immediately after getting out of prison, or how did he get into trading?
When he got out, Christian has an older brother. And when he got out, his brother was a part of an organization that does credit repair. So Christian was doing that for a while. He was doing credit repair for a little while. And so he started that. And in the interim, I'm just going to say to fast it up, to speed up a little bit.
Sorry, I was on mute. I got a question. Aren't credit repair companies illegal?
Credit repair companies are only illegal if you are, say, charging upfront fees for credit repair itself. So you cannot, for example, say Kiki came to me and said, I need my credit fixed. You have to actually start working on the account and doing the work before you can charge for services. So for example, the company that they're referring to is the MLM that I am in that does offer the credit repair services. That is one of their platforms. It is not a credit repair company. It is a financial literacy company. So that company doesn't just fix your credit. It teaches you how to budget. It teaches you how to, go get certain credit cards, things like that. It is a teaching platform. So it's not just credit repair.
Perfect. Thank you for explaining that, because I was like, wait a minute, I thought that was illegal. That's not good.
If Kiki came to me and said I need credit repair and I say pay me $1,500 and I'll fix your credit, and she pays me before I actually do the work, yes, the feds are going to come in and they're going to take my ass to jail.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Wait, with it. Tion said it's illegal in the state of Georgia. That's why Nesto got dropped. Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's another story that I've been following with Shirley Strawberry. You guys familiar with Shirley Strawberry from Steve Harvey Morning Show? Her ex-husband at this point, is in jail, has been for 3 years, and we've been following that story. He was also involved. Well, he was promising. That's what he was doing. He was promising people he was going to clear up their credit, help them with their social media accounts, and taking their cash and not doing anything. Okay, so let me play this a little further.
Doing the credit repair, Christian was speaking. He was doing speaking engagements. He was doing seminars.
And let me say this: when she said he was doing speaking engagements and stuff, again, I'm thinking, okay, He's out here telling his story. He went to prison. He's come back. He's, look at this story. This is what I thought was going on. So when he was doing these seminars, was it for the MLM, Alteria? Is that what that was about?
So, each person does it differently. Most of the time when you're doing speaking engagements that she's speaking of, it is what we call a private business webinar or a private business reception, PBR. And what you're doing is you're basically throwing up a slideshow and you're going through the slideshow and you're telling people what the services are. Now, whether somebody tells their story or tells it correctly or truthfully, I don't know. And I will say that I personally never heard Christian speak. So I don't know what he's ever told anybody. What I have heard, the person that I have heard speak and tell their story is Natalia.
Okay.
Never heard Christian speak.
Because Natalia and Christian were doing the credit repair. That's how they met, right?
That's how they met. Correct.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yes.
And then they ended up letting him go when they found out he was a felon.
Yes.
They let him go when they found out he was a felon. And then Natalia. Yes. They let him go.
I will say this because, again, like I said, I'm still in the company. It wasn't just the felony itself. It was a lot of the dirt behind it. There are women who he targeted and spent credit cards, things like that illegally. And I mean, they turn them in. So when you're doing things like that behind the scenes, a company who is actually accredited, and this company is followed very heavily by the FTC. So when you've got big entities like that watching you every single day and you've got a bad apple, you got to get rid of the bad apple or else the company is going to get shut down.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And she decided to go along with them.
Okay. Real quick, two quick things. The Black Girl Experience. I saw your question. If you would like to, you can use the video. I don't have a problem with that. And KK Scorpio, you asked earlier about whether or not, or how did Jen feel when she found out he owed $12,500 instead of $250,000. I asked him about that during the interview. He said that it was edited to look a certain way, that basically he knew that the $250,000 that he had to pay was it was restitution to pay off medical expenses. The $12,000 was for the restitution to go in the lady's pocket, and he said he couldn't pay it all at once. However, didn't he have to pay a good amount in order to be able to leave to go to Paris?
He had to pay it all. He lied to you.
So he had to pay it all. And I will say this because, as you said, V, you have a background, right? I have a background as well. I got in trouble when I was 18 myself. And the way it works in Oregon, whatever the victim's expenses were, that is all your restitution. Your restitution is separate from probationary fees.
Yep.
So you got your monthly probationary fees. Here in Oregon, it was $35 a month.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got your regular probationary fees, and then you got your restitution.
Yep.
I know when I was 18 and I got in trouble, in order for me to get off probation, I had to have my restitution paid. It took me 5 years to pay my restitution. So I was on probation for 5 years. And that
I was on probation for 10.
So, and that was just the way it worked, and I also was a felon myself. However, I got it expunged because it was something that actually happened when I was 17. They waited till I was 18 to charge me, if anybody knows anything about Oregon is a sundown state. They don't like Black folks. Okay.
It's a sundown state. I know about sundown cities, but damn it, man.
State. My family is the first Black family ever to Oregon.
What?
So, and we got a huge lawsuit going about reparations and things like that, and things that they did to our family. So, you know, I was an example that was made in my city. That was basically like, hey, and so I got in trouble. I dealt with it. I got my felony expunged. I moved on, became a better person, learned, you know, you live and you learn. Again, I was 17 when I did it. I'm 40 years old now. I've never even had a traffic ticket since. You do dumb things, you live and you learn.
It was your journey.
Yeah,
And
but that's what they were trying to say about me when they was trying to say me kiting checks. I was like, I sure in the hell did, but they benefited from what I kited. I mean, you didn't tell that part. That y'all didn't say all the shopping sprees y'all went on and everything. And I'm the one that put myself in harm's way to make sure my family was happy. They thought that was gonna embarrass me. Come on, y'all, come with some other stuff, because I don't get embarrassed. I have done things too. We all have. But I've always told them in my family, if you have to hide what you're doing, then you shouldn't do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Stand 10 toes down.
That's right. I'm with you. Okay, let's listen, y'all.
And things like that. So he actually met some people who were trading. It was an interest to him. They were trading, and I just want to clear it up. You can be a felon and trade. So he got into trading, and by networking and meeting people while he was doing the credit repair, networking and meeting people who were trading. And so that's how he got into trading.
But he can't.
Also, the children's mother, that's how he met the children's mother. And they actually started trading together.
Gotcha. Okay, because I got a question about her too. But just so we're clear, he can't.
See, that's a lie, because that's not what.
No, he does not trade for other people. He mentors and teaches them. Yes, he teaches them how to. So when they open up their own account, they open the accounts is for them and everything like that. They can monitor their own accounts. He doesn't have to monitor.
Hold on one second. Let me just say, Christina, I muted you. You have to unmute yourself. I muted you because there was some wind in the background. So just whenever you want to say something, just unmute yourself. Okay. All right. Perfect. I'm sorry. But I heard someone say that was a lie. Was that you, Christina?
Yeah, that was me. It's a lie.
Yeah.
He teach you how to trade.
Well, what I'm saying, she said that's how he met Natalia, was doing trading. That's a lie.
Oh,
right.
He met Natalia when he was doing the credit thing.
Right. Okay. Wow. Okay. Listen.
Until he doesn't have to help. However, if you do need help or assistance, like say for instance me, I don't know how to trade. I don't know what I'm looking at. When I see him on his laptop and it just looks like a bunch of weird lines to me. Like I cannot grasp it. So if I wanted to get into trade, like he's taught my husband. He's taught my son, he's taught both of them what to look for, how to look, and different things like that. So he is mentored and he has taught them how to trade.
Okay. Now I did see where he's let me play something for you because it's kind of twofold. Wait.
And he was trading years before he met Jennifer. So he was actually trading prior to meeting Jennifer. He had clients prior to meeting Jennifer.
And so I know Carlos asked him about the trading and whatnot, and he asked Jennifer as well, have you, has Christian helped you with trading? And she said, yeah. She also said that she watched him one day make a trade, if you will, and money just she could see how the money was just rolling in like really quickly. And that's when she kind of wanted to get involved and have him help her, right? Some have questioned that maybe what she saw wasn't necessarily accurate. Maybe it was like AI or something like that. What do you say about that?
No.
Okay.
So
but how would you know if you don't know anything about trading, ma'am?
That's a valid question, and it concerned me because, and yeah, it's a very good question. You don't know what you don't know. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why some people question if what she thought she saw is what she really saw, because if there are people out here saying they didn't even get their $100 back, why are we to believe that money is rolling in quite like that for them and they're not giving it back to the people who it's owed to?
Here's the thing.
And her and her husband herself have not gotten with him and gave him money to take.
Okay.
So here's the thing for me. How is it that he walked away unscathed by this stock market crash in August? How are y'all still able to travel all over the world and been around the world and and all this kind of crap? And then we all took a loss. How is it that you won and we lost? How is that?
Well, you know what it feels like. Okay. Oh, they're gonna hate. I'm just saying, from the outside looking in, this is what it looks like. You know, when he changed his name to Gold, it reminds me of Creflo Dollar. You think Creflo Dollar was born Creflo Dollar? Like, I don't. That's not his name, right?
Yeah.
So here's this person. They're changing their name to Gold. You know how some pastors allegedly, you know, they live a life of luxury when their parishioners are not doing so well, and that's what I just heard you kind of describe when you look at this scenario. It just gives me that kind of vibe that the whole flex is about how luxurious your life is, how lush of a life you're living, and how much money you have. And
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many of us that sit here and watch them on TV, on social media, flex like they got everything, but yet you can't even give us back the money that we initially invested. Because again, like my husband said when he spoke, we started asking for our money when there was supposedly $1.6 million
in the pot,
in this project, in the pot. Okay. Of that 1.6 million, which I sent you our demand letter. There was 15 people on that demand letter. I think our total between all 15 people was like $178,000 or something like that when you total it all up. If the pot was $1.6 million in March, you never gave us an update, but we sent you a demand in May of 2024. Why couldn't you pay us the 178 grand of $1.6 million? You wouldn't even have these problems right now if you would have paid us.
Because it didn't exist. I mean, maybe it wasn't even there. Maybe it wasn't even there. Maybe it wasn't even $1 million in there. And whatever was there, they were living off of.
That's what I'm saying. The $1 million wasn't there. The money went into his bank account and it went straight to his lifestyle. It went straight to Jennifer's lifestyle. It didn't go into no trade account. It didn't start trading because we have no proof of that. We have nothing. So again, how is it that he's living this lavish life and doing all these things while you've got people like Nene, for example, who gave you $30,000, which was her disability settlement money? She's homeless now. When I first met Kiki, I don't know. I mean, not Kiki, Nene. When I first met Nene, I didn't know her from a can of spray paint. I set up a GoFundMe and helped raise money to keep her in a hotel room.
Oh, wow.
Okay. When I first even heard her story, I did that. I even gave her some money myself.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, the fact that you went and did this and you're not even giving the people, and you've got people like her who are sitting here watching you, you're talking about, my dinner's $1,500. Help this woman, give her her money back so she can get an apartment, so she can live.
Yeah.
The biggest slap in my face was
you're gonna lie to everybody and say you don't know who she is. She's got text messages from you. She has emails. She has your old phone number, the same phone number I have, the same email I have. All of us have been communicating with the same person. He says half the people on the lawsuit are by a fake guy. No. Matter of fact, 5 people on the lawsuit is his brother's wife's family.
Wow. Well,
the biggest slap in my face was when they posted a video on their YouTube channel where he and Jennifer were going to the store to purchase items to donate to the families who lost everything in the California fires. and they were, streaming it on their YouTube channel. I'm like, what? So you got all the money in the world to go donate, uh, and I mean they had a whopping truckload full of shit that they were going to go donate to the families who lost everything in the California fires. So y'all can go and donate shit to them, but your husband stole all of my money and couldn't give me my money back. Y'all were so benevolent to the families in California that lost everything. I lost everything too, Negro. Where's the compassion for me? But y'all got all this motherfucking compassion in the world for other families when there's a disabled female over here.
Good, Nene, would you mind? And because it's been mentioned a couple times today and prior to you coming on, it's been mentioned that you're disabled. Do you mind sharing anything about that? You don't have to. I just wanted
No, it's fine. I mean, I just didn't want to, bore everybody because I've told this story, so much, and I didn't want to just bore everybody with it. But no, I'm disabled due to a spinal surgery, a second spinal surgery that I had. And I was originally supposed to be out 6 weeks. And ever since I had the second surgery on my spine, I've not been able to return back to work at all. And it's been 2 years.
Oh, wow.
So as I was, trying to explain earlier before the connection was bad, my backstory is, and what my dumbass got so involved with all these projects, was that he was painting me this big ass picture of, and you can see the text messages where he was lying to me saying that by this time in 2024, everybody's going to be millionaires. Everybody's going to be making 6 figures, and so he initially played on my emotions because he knew what type of living environment I was in. I was in a domestic violence situation, and I was banking on those payouts to get me the hell up out of there to where I would never have to meet anybody else again. I was there trying to heal and get, back on my feet from having spinal surgery, and ended up in a very volatile living situation that I don't even want to even go into detail about. It's just that bad.
Yeah.
And it's hurtful because it was my own damn family that did it. So I'm taking what he's saying to me, and I'm investing. Because I've heard so much about it. I've heard about people investing thousands of dollars here and getting a good return. So I'm trusting this Negro that he knows what he's doing, and that he's not gonna. And then, as Tobias explained, he used their testimonies along with other people's testimonies to garner other people to get on board and invest. That's what he does. Go ahead, Kiki.
Hold on one second, Nina.
I gotta
Kiki,
go.
I understand. Go. I appreciate you coming. I would like for you guys, if you wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind you coming back individually so I can spend more time with you. I've got your receipts. I'd like to talk to you about your particular receipts. There's just so much going on, and so many stories. It's crazy. But thank you so much, Kiki, and I will be in touch. Okay.
So much.
Thank you. Alteria, do you have a little bit of time? And Nene?
Oh, I'm fine.
I do. I'm fine.
We're both fine. My kids are with my mom. I'm good for today. So,
I just wanted
Look,
to
I
kind of
got
go
time
over,
today.
I wanted to go over a couple things that happened here during this, talk, because you guys have cleared up a lot of it. But and Nene, thank you so much for being so vulnerable and telling us. Can I ask, are you able to walk with your? Is that the problem? Are you able to move around?
I am able to move around, but I'm a major fall risk. I'm a
Gotcha.
major fall risk, and
Gotcha.
I have to use I use I call it a Cadillac or a Escalade because it's a big body walker, that has a stool in it, to
Mm-hmm.
where
Mm-hmm.
if my legs get really weak, I can sit
Mm-hmm.
down. So,
I got
but
you.
yeah,
I got
I can take steps, but I have to be extremely careful with my walking because I do fall, and I
I
have
got
fallen frequently.
Nene,
So
I
yeah,
fall
my
and bump
legs are
into walls,
severely
and ain't
moved.
nothing wrong with my raggedy ass. Okay, so I get it, child. Ain't nothing
So
wrong with me
yeah,
but menopause. My equilibrium is all the way effed up. Okay, so anywho,
mm,
I
honey,
got
and I'm just that's why if earlier every time I speak about this, I'm
yeah,
so sick and tired of this shit. I
I'm
want it
sure.
to be over. I
I
just want it to
understand.
be
we
over
all
and
do.
done with. And
We all
all this
do.
nigga had to do was just give us all our money, and him and Jennifer could just ride in the sunset. No
Let me
problem.
ask, let me ask y'all this real quick, but then I'm gonna play a little bit. But
Hmm.
let's be clear. I mean, 9 times out of 10, that money is gone. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
absolutely it is.
So,
Absolutely it is.
so I'm sure that, so if that's the case, how do you feel about it? I'm sure this is just about principle at this point. Is that right?
Hmm.
Not because y'all
Yes.
think that they're going to get some money or you'll get your money. I mean,
So
hopefully, if
I will say this, because again, we can't talk too much about our lawsuit and the details. But what I can
Hmm.
say is our lawyer
Mhm.
was very straight up when he heard this story. We interviewed him for an entire year before we hired him.
Okay.
Okay. He would have never have taken our lawsuit if there wasn't a way to recoup something.
Okay.
It may not be
What
everything,
we want.
but it is something.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: where was it filed?
It's filed in Cobb County. So if you go to Cobb
Oh, it's
County
in Atlanta.
Superior
Okay.
Court,
Okay.
you do have to look up his old name, Walden, and you also have to look up his new name, Gold, or Walden AK Gold, whatever.
Okay.
But it is in there. And I will make this very clear because Christian said this in the interview that we hired a pro bono attorney.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
we paid this man thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars as just a retainer.
Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's play a little bit. My God, y'all. I'm so sorry that any and all of this has happened. Like I understand just how devastating it is to have something taken from you, to be violated, your trust was violated, all of that. So I get it. Anyway, let me go ahead and play. Lord have mercy. There we go. Let me go ahead and play a little bit of this.
So
Here they come.
so okay.
What she said?
Hold on. Yeah, there's hold on. So I
Tell her to get me together. I welcome it. Come get me together, child.
okay, so what happened? That's not true. So we'll say one of the people, let's just use one of the people for example. One of the people invested $1,200, okay? And they funded their account. They literally funded their account $1,200.
Mm-hmm.
And 24 hours, and they were managing, they Christian helped them get set up and everything, okay? They funded their account $1,200.
Mhm.
Once they funded in 24 hours, that 1,200 went from 1,200 to 13,000 in 24 hours. they decided that they wanted to pull the money out of their accounts. And Christian's like, cool, that's fine. You can pull your
That's
money
funny that she's talking about me and doesn't even have the numbers or the timeline right.
Say that one more time.
I said, it's funny that she's talking about me and she doesn't even have the numbers or the timeline right. It was 4,000 turned into 13,000 and it took a month, not 24 hours.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and that's what Tobias explained to us. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ooh wee. Okay.
You know, so I think what upsets them is that when people like all these stories on the internet, like you said, like it was AI or somebody didn't see that, you can, when you make trades, you can literally see like these crazy looking lines or whatever like that. But he has actual clients who have made, I should say clients, I should say people, I say clients because that's just a term, but he has people who he has helped, who he's mentored, who he has helped make very good money on trades. Okay.
So basically the people pay him a fee for
a consultation fee. Yes. To help them, to teach them how to set up their accounts, to teach them how to, what they need to look for, how to, you know, like when trades are up. I mean, I've seen Christian up, like normally he's probably, I'm still asleep, but normally he gets up early, like 6 a.m. He's trading, he's on there. And then, because that's the high time of when the trade is going on. So he knows, he teaches this peaks moments. They're coming now. They're coming. So I
just have to address something.
Get me together, Jennifer.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna let them.
This is crazy. First of all, I saw what I saw because I know what trading looks like.
This is what I was gonna say. When I tell you they came in hot, child, they didn't say hot or nothing.
Baby, 400 degrees hot. Him.
She was like, let me get you together.
She said, I know what I saw. Dummy, you saw a demo account.
That's exactly what I think. Dummy. I think he showed her a demo account. I don't believe that he showed her anything that had real live money.
He did.
And that is my honest to God opinion. That's what I feel.
Just own it that you're dumb. Just like Evelyn said. You're dumb as a box of rocks, Jennifer. If you believe in this nigga made $40,000 in a millisecond, bitch, I got some swampland for sale over here. I'd like to sell your ass. Shit. And let me say this. I don't have anything against Jennifer, but what I'm pissed off at her about is because, bitch, you just did a fucking documentary on being scammed out of $40,000. You just did this. And then you sit up and you back up and you continue to enable this man. You don't even bother to do your due diligence and do your own initial investigation on this dude. She mentioned in the interview, on the Carlos King interview, that the mention of scammer is a trigger. Well, hello, bitch. What you think we going through right now? If it's such a fucking trigger, bitch, then why didn't you take your hind part somewhere or even allow Evelyn to help you find out the truth on this dude? Now, because he fucked your brains out real good, like a narcissist does, love bombs the fuck out your ass, and you don't want to come down off of that bubble ass cloud you are on and face fucking reality. Because the reality is you ain't got nothing but a bum ass, broke ass, bitch ass nigga as a husband. Bitch, that's what you got. You don't want to hear the truth. I get it. I've been with a narcissist. I understand how she's feeling. But it doesn't negate the fact that you sit up and you continue to back up his lies. His fake aunt continues to back up his lies. Man, let me tell you something. If it was him being swindled, since you're so protective, would you be happy with someone backing their nephew up against your nephew, crying and whining, saying they stole X amount of dollars? No, you're gonna be on a rampage like you are right now, inserting your ass in shit that doesn't even concern you. Stand the fuck up out of this shit, ma'am, Lauren, because this has nothing to do with you. Absolutely fucking nothing to do with you. You inserted your little weird ass into a situation when Armani's little tutti frutti fresh and fruity ass responded to a post that Evelyn made. You inserted yourselves into something that didn't fucking concern neither one of you. And I don't understand for the life of me why those two motherfuckers getting a platform to help back this son of a bitch up on his live. I need to understand that. I got questions. Why is she getting all of this attention when all she's doing is lying? She's lying. She's clout chasing. Every last one of them motherfuckers over there, they're using her as a meal ticket. And she's so fucking stupid and dumb and gullible, she can't see it. And I apologize for my voice being elevated, but this shit bothers me. It bothers me because I'm over here trying to make sure and I have pictures. Alteria can tell you. I sent pictures to her when I was on the fucking street. I sent pictures to her. This is my life right now. And in the process, got so fucking sick, didn't realize I had COVID because I was on the street around hundreds of motherfuckers. So yeah, I'm upset, I'm hurt, and I'm confused. Why the fuck are individuals who have absolutely nothing to do with this situation inserting their asses into something that they don't know nothing about? If you know nothing about trading, Lauren and Jennifer, why the fuck are you speaking on it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel, again, Nini, these people are going to continue to talk, and what they're going to do is they're going to implicate themselves into a lawsuit. And
absolutely. And what I want is for these vloggers, these people with these platforms, stop giving them a platform just so they can get their little few minutes of fame. The only reason why they're over there all up in Jennifer's house is because Jennifer has, she has somewhat of notoriety. She's a public figure. They're using her as a meal ticket. And let me address this. Has anyone questioned Armani? How is it that Armani has known Christian for years? And he's known Jennifer, 15 years or so? How is it so circumstantial for them to out of nowhere meet on the balcony of Armani's condo or penthouse that day?
Well, wait. How old is Armani?
What, 30-something?
I want to say
Armani, right?
I want to say Armani is in his late 30s, because I know Natalia and I are a couple of years apart. And I do know that when they were living in the same building, Armani lived, I think, 5 floors higher than Natalia and Christian did.
Okay. So that's how they met. Is that how they met?
Yeah, if you go on their
Tim
YouTube
and
channel,
Jennifer met. They say they met from the apartment building. But
yes, while he was still involved with Natalia.
Right. Yeah. So,
but he lied and said that he had just came from a therapy session with his therapist. He had a drink in hand, and he was standing on the rooftop sipping on his drink, and then lo and behold, he heard Jennifer and them over there cackling and keying, sipping on some champagne, and decided to go over there and join them. And oh my God, it was just butterflies and roses and cotton candy and all the champagne kisses and this, that. Shit.
I believe, in my opinion, I believe Jennifer.
Come for me.
I believe, yeah.
Please come for me, because I want to smoke.
Right.
Don't
No, and I believe personally Jennifer was Mark, and I believe Armani set them up.
He did.
I believe Armani.
Wait, say that. I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time. Would you say?
I said I believe Jennifer was a Mark.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I believe that Armani set this relationship up. Well, they
Absolutely
already said that
he did.
Armani set it up.
Absolutely.
So are you
confirmed that part.
suggesting that Armani was
I feel like
unknowingly?
No, not just you, Alteria.
Oh, God.
He knew Jennifer had money. He knew Christian didn't have a damn thing. So he set it up because, again, what people don't understand is Jennifer was the other woman in Natalia and Christian's relationship.
That's another thing. So, okay, let's talk about that real quick. Oh, this is so much. There's so much here. This is crazy. So, wait a minute. So, oh, Lord.
Baby, the truth is setting people free today. We just want to set Jennifer and Christian and Sister Lauren over there free. We just want to free them of all those lies and bullshit that they're saying. So
the oldest child that Natalia and Christian have is how old? About 4, 5?
I think he's 3 or 4.
And then there's a baby younger than that.
Yes, 1 year. They're
1 year old. The baby is 1 year.
They're 1 year apart.
Okay, so a 2-year-old.
The babies are back to back. Yeah,
a 2 and a 3-year-old.
Yep,
which
they're
means,
back to back.
Which means they were having relations 3 years ago. When did Jen come into this?
Let's just say this: on Mother's Day, Natalia was in her apartment with her children, and she could look out her window and see Jennifer and Christian at the pool on Mother's Day instead of him spending time with her on Mother's Day with her children.
Wait, what now? Wait, what? Were they together? Well, wait, he wasn't with the mother though. He wasn't with Natalia.
Well, it was a back and forth thing. So when he didn't feel like he wanted to be with Jennifer and play that, then he would play Natalia. There was a back and forth, you know. Oh, I mean, what? I've seen text messages that are, like I said, Jennifer's a Mark.
Oh, I still need time to process stuff. I want to figure things out type shit.
Oh, Lord. Okay, let me play this a little bit. I promise I ain't going to keep y'all much longer. Jesus. That's why I'm saying y'all can come back. Because when I tell you there are layers on top of layers on top of layers of this situation. Oh, my God. And one other question. I hate that Christina's gone, but I wanted to get an understanding of how much she knew about that incident with that young lady jumping off the balcony.
She knows it all.
And that's why I wanted to talk to her. My God.
Yeah, she knows it all.
Are you able to text her to see if she can't come back today?
Yeah.
I want her to come back tomorrow or something, because I need to understand about this thing with the balcony. Because did y'all follow what I was saying as far as
honey, we were just as confused as you was. You know, we were like, well, wait a minute, I ain't never known a patio to be in the bathroom. My thing is, now she claimed that Christian, you know, left the apartment to go look for her. Why would you go leave the apartment looking for her when you took her keys and her phone?
Well, let's get this. I don't understand where she could have gone. First of all, why did he take her phone? Okay, that's the first thing. Why did you take the phone? That is very suspicious.
I can see you taking her keys.
So I will say this as a former domestic violence victim, I wear all veneers now because my teeth were knocked out and I was left for dead in front of my children. My daughter had to call the police in order for my ex to go to prison. Okay. A man takes a woman's phone because he knows that they're going to call the police. That's why.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do it.
My ex put a gun to my head. And I looked at him and straight up told him, shoot me if you're going to do that. So as somebody who was a part of domestic violence before, I don't believe a word that this man says against this woman, because I know for me, I wouldn't get on a balcony for hours and want to jump off however many stories they lived on. I wouldn't do that unless I really feared for my life. You know, if you do that because you fear for your life and you feel like there's no other way out. That's the only way.
And it was said that she was calling out to him to help her, you know, get off the balcony.
The actual court transcript? The court transcript says that the neighbors watched him drag her through the door.
I couldn't read that. I'm going to do another separate show on that. And I am going to do a separate show on that. I wondered too if what does Natalia say about that situation, Alteria?
She doesn't know much about that situation. She knew what Christian told her and what he wanted her to believe.
Right.
She knows more now because it's came out on different, you know, blogs and things like that. She knows more now, but again,
did you ever think, was he volatile towards her physically?
I know that there's been some volatile things between them. Yeah, absolutely. He says that Natalia abused him. What I do know is there was a situation very similar to the Madison situation where he took her phone. I do know that Natalia spit in his face. I do know that she spit in his face because he took her phone and she was trying to get away. I don't know.
Let me also say this too. The aunt lied and said that she treads lightly in regards to victim bashing and victim shaming women. And she straight up lied. I don't know if Natalia or Kiki has the information or if they sent that information to you where
yes, that court document where
she literally was, I mean, she said some of the most disgusting
hateful things against
Madison.
Yes, she did.
This girl is in the hospital with a broken back because your fake ass nephew, due to something that he did. And then she wants to say, well, he didn't get convicted of domestic violence. Yes, he did. He did.
No, he didn't get convicted of domestic. He didn't get convicted of domestic violence. He got convicted of false imprisonment.
Yeah, false imprisonment.
But what she did do,
Tina talked that way since she was there.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
What is in the court transcripts is Jamaria, the judge, they have it where she was threatening Madison through Facebook and threatening her, bullying her, threatening her. And that's how he caught his mother lying on the stand after she lied on our pastor. She lied she perjured herself on a stand. And the judge saw that Jamaria was threatening the girl on social media. Now you have to understand, this is a overgrown ass woman threatening a kid. Because they were kids at the time. And then, because I kept sitting in court like, why is this judge coming down on us? She kept saying his family. And I'm like, who's doing? You know, because the judge said, don't look at her crazy. And I was like, why is this judge sitting up here saying this to us? Then, unbeknownst to me at the time, once I actually thoroughly read the transcript, is that she was threatening the girl. Yeah. And that's how he caught them 10 years to do 7.
So you're saying Lauren is responsible for him getting that?
Yes, my sister, because mind you, the jury didn't find him guilty of domestic violence, only false imprisonment. And see, people don't understand. If that's the case, we all should have been locked up in some shape, form, or fashion, because false imprisonment includes, if I'm having an argument with my significant other, and I sit there and I tell him, you're not going nowhere. You're going to sit here and listen to me. That's false imprisonment.
Right. Yeah.
Just by simply saying that.
Yeah. Or kidnapping.
Well, it wasn't kidnapping. That was just false imprisonment for me to just sit there and say that. But so that's what they got him for. He took the keys, he pulled her back, kept her trying to leave. That was false imprisonment. So that was what the jury, but the judge, come to find out, my sister lied and said that our pastor had given him anger management classes, which was not true. She didn't even know. The pastor went our pastor went on and testified before Gina got on testify and got on the stand and lied. Then the judge come to find out Jamaria.
Wait, the pastor lied too?
No.
Your
My
sister
sister lied to on the pastor, right? Because the pastor to the right, because well, to the court, to the judge, that she would that she had got him, that the pastor gave him help, and he said no, he never talked to him about anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you know it, and then Jamaria, it came to find out she had threatened Madison, and so it was like when I found out, I'm like, damn, she need to keep her fucking mouth shut, because this is that's what got him caught up in the charges, and the judge didn't like him anyway because she thought he was arrogant. And so
I must say, Christian is very arrogant.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, I got to put it out there. He is arrogant. He's arrogant.
I think
as
that
hell.
the consensus would agree with that. He's very
Yeah.
arrogant. Yeah.
Here, let's listen to a little bit more. Let's see what Jen had to say. And let me say this. I'll be honest, Jen is gorgeous to me. And honestly, this is the prettiest. Like, I've seen her dolled up and stuff on TV. But even though she looks a little disheveled, she's a beautiful girl.
Oh, yeah.
And she has a lot of access, a lot of relationships. And I am concerned that multiple people that we know of that she's been involved with have something serious going on with the law. And I don't know if that's a fetish of hers. I don't know if it's a sign of some broken. Well, I think it is a sign of some brokenness within her. Because we attract what we are. So it concerns me that she keeps finding herself in these types of situations. So anyway, let's listen to what she has to say.
Like, hi, how you doing? Now,
go ahead. People have said this, Jennifer. Have you not heard people ask this?
You know what? People have said a lot of things, so I don't really pay attention. Like, I literally live my life, and for some reason, people are uber invested. But what I have seen Christian make a lot of money. I've seen him lose money. It wasn't AI. Like, I saw it with my own eyes. I know the platform. Like I said, do I know how to trade? No, but it's not AI. Like this, it happens. People make a lot of money and they can lose a lot of money. So what I saw was not bullshit at all.
Okay, let me ask you this, because there is some person, I think that's currently, are they suing you right now, Christian, that suggests that they invested with you, or that you taught them how to trade. The first day they made a lot of money, but then after that they made no more money, right? And
so first of all,
that's probably Alteria, and she's a fucking crash out.
Okay.
So
Alteria,
you have to understand something really quick.
Alteria, you're a fucking crash out, damn it. Okay, that's what they said. Okay?
I'm a crash out, but I got the receipts. I'm a crash out, but I got the FBI involved. I'm a crash out, but we got 26 people who have the same exact story. But I'm a crash out.
I hear you. Okay.
I mean, it's just crazy to me how this woman says she doesn't know how to trade, but she knows what she's looking at. She knows for a fact this isn't AI. She knows for a fact this isn't a demo account. This isn't fake money. I know, no. Stop saying you know, because guess what? The FBI is probably watching this too. You just implicated yourself, you dumbass bitch. Let's put
she
it
talking
there.
about she's seen it with her own eyes. Yeah, you saw that demo
she says
account
she's
that
seen
you.
it. And like I put on my social medias, because somebody sent me this clip that said Alteria, you're a crash out. My caption is, I'm a crash out. Wait till I crash your bank account, because you guys don't have a prenup.
They don't?
No.
Nope.
Oh no. Okay.
You don't have a prenup. So stop implicating yourself into things that you don't even belong in.
Yeah.
Well, she belongs in it now.
Yeah, and that's her husband. Look, I still give, look, like I said, if the auntie who y'all say is not the real auntie, if she wants to protect her nephew, then I get it. I get why a wife would stand up for their husband. I get all that. It's just unfortunate that they've been put in this position, to be quite honest. Because if honestly, Christian could shut all that down and be like, stay out my business, don't do that, let me handle it. He should be handling, in my opinion, he should be
He
handling
ain't no real man.
business privately
He
and
ain't no
let
real
him
man.
her show publicly if he didn't. But I feel like Christian likes some of this attention. Some people
He
like,
does.
Absolutely, he does.
even
He
if
does.
He
it's
does.
bad, he's doing all these interviews. And the truth of the matter is, when he's doing these interviews with Jennifer, they don't want to talk to Jennifer. They want to talk to him. And he knows
Well, and
that.
the more he talks, the more stupid he sounds. The more
Mhm.
you hear the lies, the more it doesn't add up. And
the
again,
truth
like I
is a little
said,
bit.
he said nobody had a problem till they got married. Nobody wanted their money till they got married. But I've been asking for my money based on my demand letters since May 24th of 2024. That
The
was
majority of us have, been
That was before you guys got married. Okay.
Mhm.
So if
Long
you would
before.
have paid me my money when there was supposedly $1.6 million in this account, you wouldn't be having these issues.
And also, I'd like
And
to
you
add,
can't claim that people want their money because you lost it. Because when I asked for my money, that was before the market crash in August of 2024.
okay, so in July of last year,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe June, it was either June or July, but I have the receipt to back up what I'm saying. Since we love receipts,
Mm-hmm.
I have screenshots of me asking him, should I be concerned about the joint accounts that he merged? He said, no, they're fine. And then in August of last year, all of a sudden when the stock market crashed, oh, well, I just wanted to let you guys know that we suffered whatever percentage amount of loss and this, that, and the other.
So
And then in April, you're telling me that all of our monies has been stuck in a downtrend since May the 15th of last year.
Yeah,
I mean,
so he kept the money because here's what's crazy. You had the money and claimed there was 1.6 million on March 30th, I believe it was. I sent you the screenshot of that Telegram chat.
Mm-hmm.
$1.6 million March 30th of 2024. I'm asking for my money May 24th of 2024. I sent a follow-up text 30 days after my demand letter, and I said, hey, Christian, it's been 30 days. You have not paid us our money. And I said, do I need to go and file charges against you? His exact words to me was, Alteria, do what you feel you need to do.
What?
It's in that text message thread that I sent you.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me feel you need to do. He also held a Zoom where he told all of us if we did not make at least 6 figures from him, we could go on any platform and call him a scammer. That was on Red Wine's thing. And yet we are using your own words against you. So we're doing exactly what you told us to do. And if I sat here and I'm asking for money, I'm sorry. If I put my money into Merrill Lynch and I said, hey, Merrill Lynch, I need my money, they're not going to tell me no if they say I got an account balance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you telling us that you have this account balance, and then August, what was it? August 5th or 8th when the stock market crashed. Okay. And
it's somewhere around up in there.
I'm saying this because I talked to other traders when this happened. Our account supposedly went from 1.6 million down to $126,000. Okay. Every trader that I talked to told me they made all the money that they lost that day. They made it back within the next week because the stock market bounced back up.
Okay.
Every single trader told me that. So in that case, I understand you may not get it back to $1.6 million, but where's the $126,000 you still had left from the account? You're not paying anybody.
Yeah.
You haven't paid us a dime. I got out of my promise to pay for one project out of 4 that we were in. One project I was owed almost $14,000. You paid me $2,500 of my $14,000 on just one promise to pay. That's not on anything else.
And he didn't pay me shit.
$126,000. Where's the money?
If anybody needed they pay out, it was me.
Yeah.
Since y'all going over there making donations to the victims of the California fire, what? Hey, hello, I'm just like them. Where's the help for me? But then when I asked you for my, I had money in my private account management. Those are the accounts that he's overseeing himself, separate from the, project joint account. I had like $700. I'll just round it off. I had about $800 in my private account. And it was like pulling teeth trying to get this dude to give me my money that belonged to me. This ain't even this is not even money that's in the joint accounts. That money was still allegedly supposed to be compounding and generating. And he said in the text messages, that nothing happened to the joint accounts. They're all good. All of this, he said to me in June of last year, June or July. And now all of a sudden in August, you lost 80%. We took a 80% hit off the stock market crash. And then here's, another question I have is, Christian, if you're not guilty of, lying and swindling people, then why were you sending mass emails out, which I'm sure somebody sent one to you, of you saying that you were going to be paying us all back the initial investment?
He did send all of us an email saying that. And by the way, that contract, that was the first contract that any of us ever saw during this entire
Absolutely.
time with
he
him.
never made us sign any contract beforehand.
And I'm gonna tell you guys, this is actually very funny, because at the time he sent that email, I was on an interview with the FBI agent when I got the email, and I showed it to him. And he started laughing because this contract stated that he was going to pay everybody out beginning in September of 2024.
The end of September.
The end of September. And he says at the very bottom, by receiving this contract, you agree to these terms. That's not a contract.
That's not a contract. And to say upon receipt, you can't even do that. I mean, what do you mean upon receipt?
And I'm going to tell you, the FBI agent actually, he busted out laughing.
Yeah.
And he was like,
he probably just drafted that himself. That no attorney.
I think GPT, like he said, we have a Chat GPT attorney. No, he had a Chat GPT contract. That's what.
All right, let me play this.
Keep going around with all this, unpaid debt. You didn't even pay your attorney.
Well, this is what I was going to say about that too. It sounds like he owes so much money. I can't imagine. Look, I get stressed enough with my little budget. Okay, I can't imagine having to maintain a lifestyle. If what everyone is saying is true, it's suggesting that he's out here, he's hustling other people to get in a certain lifestyle. But that's got to be stressful, because you got to constantly be bringing in new people.
Now? Why do you think he's so skinny now compared to a year or 2 years ago when we saw him on TV?
Oh, really? I didn't think about that.
I mean, he looks like a completely different person now. He looks very stressed out.
He seems on edge too, but I get it on some level. So let's listen to a little bit of what he has to say.
Christina just unmuted herself to say something.
Oh, go ahead, Christina. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, he's stressed because he's trying to keep up with something he can't keep up with. He a young man trying to play big man games.
Exactly.
I just don't understand why Jen, if this is all true, I just don't understand what Jen is doing. Jen is old enough to be this boy's mama. And it feels like he's leading the pack. And I understand he's the man. I get it. You want the man to lead your household, whatnot, but you can't lead me into wilderness. I can do that by my damn self. And I just hope that she has done her due diligence on the back end to figure out what she's really working with. And if she decides that, okay, I know these things and these things seem unsavory and I still want to support my husband, that's one thing. But let's not be oblivious to what all is going on around you, because we're just too old for that, to be quite honest. I mean, I just feel it. Anyway.
I'm just trying to understand how is all of us lying on your husband? All of us have the same story. Now we might have there may be some differences in our stories, but for the most part, all of our stories align with each other. And once all of the victims started meeting each other, that's when, some of us begin to start connecting the dots on why he wasn't able to give us the money when we requested it, and around the time that I was requesting my $700 from my private managed account. Again, I said it was like pulling teeth to get this dude to give me $700, but you're supposed to be a millionaire. So around that time, Jennifer had a bridal shower. Now, mind you, I'm still trying to get my money that I requested. This nigga, I'll just say this: somebody was posting pictures of him gifting Jennifer something very expensive for her bridal shower. And here I am, I'm over here requesting my money. And you're saying that we're in a down trade. Okay, well, nigga, can I borrow some money from you? And then whenever whenever it's finished, you can just take what I borrow from you and pocket it. Well, no, I'm not going to do that because someone burned me prior to that. So, one person ruined it for everybody. And I'm like, what? And I said, but Christian, the money has to come through your hands first before you distribute it out to everybody. That doesn't make sense. How am I going to burn you when the money's got to hit your hand?
It's literally coming in and out of Christian.
So he was lying the whole time, sitting up gifting Jennifer these expensive gifts and shit, and I'm over here scrapping and trying to survive and ended up on the street anyway. And you think, you thought, and I'm speaking about Christian. He honestly thought that he was going to be able to just sweep this shit up under the rug and that was going to be it.
Well, I think here's what I think. Because again, remember how I was telling you about these projects, people could buy as many spots as they wanted for $100 a spot.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't have thousands of dollars to give them to buy spots all at once. So people are buying spots as they're getting their paychecks. I'm buying 2 spots, 3 spots, 4 spots, whatever. And it's all adding up. But what he didn't realize is, yes, us victims may have made a mistake and been dumb in investing him, but we're not all stupid. Okay. We're going to put that out there. We're not dumb. What he wasn't expecting was the fact that some of us, like my husband said, he makes great money. We own a few businesses. He didn't expect us to have the money to go hire a lawyer. Because I will tell you, in Georgia, a white collar crime, because what Christian has committed is a white collar crime. A white collar crime lawyer is $895 an hour. He wasn't expecting the people who could only pay $100 at a time to get spots to have that type of money to go in and get a lawyer. What he wasn't expecting was Alteria, the Jennifer who is a victim, Nene, Shelly, Jody, the different people that were victims said, hey, we presented to this lawyer, how much do we need to get started? And can we all just put our money in a pot and just hire you? Can we do that? And what he didn't expect was the people like Alteria who said, hey, others who can't necessarily afford it, let's see if we can, you know, maybe we can pay a little bit more to make up what their portion of the retainer would be. And we came up with a strategy. Hey, and this is an absolute fact because it's been said on Simone's video. Whatever amount of money you gave Christian, the attorney wanted a 10% retainer of whatever you gave him. So whoever gave him $30,000, your retainer would be $3,000. If you gave him 10 grand, your retainer would be 1,000. That is what we came up with to help this, to help everybody in the group. Because again, there are, yeah, my husband and I can fork out $10,000 to hire an attorney, but some people can't.
Yeah. Here, I wanted to read a couple of these. Is this the text message thread for who? For Nene?
That is for Nene, who he says he does not know.
Okay. So this is the two of them talking. CG says, so did I just snag all of the remaining? Oh, I'm sorry. She says, this is what Nene says. So did I just snag all of the remaining spots? And he says, LOL, you did. There's someone getting 50 tomorrow. So I held those for them. She said, oops, I'm sorry. And then he says, you just increased your projected payout to about $6.3 million off of a $2,800 investment.
And he says he doesn't guarantee nothing, right? Oh, keep going. Keep going.
This is crazy right here, though. $2,800.
Keep going.
So it says, not bad. She says, not bad for my first investment. So you're saying that by the time next year, I could very well be a millionaire? And then she said, oh, and you gotta, when that time comes for me to cash out, walk me through the process. And he says, hands down, multiple people in this group will be. Doing this joint account is the easiest and fastest way to take you all there. All right. Hold on.
Let's go to the next text message.
Here goes Nene. Then she says, wow, that would be so amazing. I'm sure you know there's a reason behind me going so hard out the gate. So then then the next thing is he sends this as the estimated $4 million and I'm sorry, $4,050,000. It says that is the projected payout with a 1.8% ownership of overall account. That kind of confuses me. So I didn't really understand how that works.
The projects, like I was telling you, like if you buy so many spots, you own a percentage of that project. So he's saying
of the project. Okay.
Right. So he's saying she owns 1.8%, and that was probably Project 1000 is what I'm thinking it was.
Okay. And then she said, no freaking way, Christian.
And I'll tell you, did you tell her about Thunder Energy?
About what?
Thunder hold on, Nene. She's reading through these texts for everybody.
So
did you tell her about Thunder Energy?
No, hold on a second. Let her finish reading through these texts.
So he says it could be more, but I'm calculating people's take home based off of our account growing 3% a day. Now, I specifically asked him, I said, Christian, I was under the I heard, read, whatever, that you were promising 2 to 3% increase per day. He said, no, I said, he said, I didn't guarantee anything. And he said it was a 2 to 3% projection per week. But this just says per day.
And his website says per day too.
And she says, I honestly wanted all 28 spots, but I didn't want to be too greedy though. And then he said, LOL, get them. There's people in the group with 50 to 60 spots. One of my students has 100 spots. That's 10% ownership of the whole group. It's just wild. I can't see what she says. She says, I have no doubt. It's like blurred. I can't really see that part. He responds, say, it's time to play ball. So what is this screenshot right here we're looking at?
So that's where Christian had a lot of people pay by PayPal. So he would send them an invoice and then they could pay by credit card or debit card. So this is an invoice that he sent her and she paid it.
And she said, kaboom. And he said, so let's do some math. And she said, yes, let's. Now, what did I just do again? And then he says, we talked for a while yesterday and I listened to you. In my head, I said, she has to be a part of this. I won't take no for an answer because you belong in this group. I can't see her. Hold on one second. Let me move this here. Might be a little better. Okay. Oh, I can't see her writing. It's glaring. Is it a glare for you guys? Because it's kind of glaring for me, that green. No, hold on. I can't really see. It says, here's the thing. Nini, this is you. Here's the thing. I never intended to tell you no. I came prepared to invest into myself because that is how much I want myself. So I can't really see it, you guys. Why no secure my, to secure my future. I probably would have blown it all anyway. Snapping. So this time around, I'm taking chances that I feel really good about. And by this time next year, I'll be where we always wanted to be. Okay. Then he says, I love that for you. Buy the assets and the assets will afford the liabilities. 12 months is no time. Also, there was a miscount. You made the right move. There was 40 spots left before you snatched 28. So there's 12 left. You want them? That will put you at 4% ownership, which is huge. And then he said, next year, you'll be set, retired, and living the dream life. And then he says 4% will put your payout around $10 million.
So do you see where I said earlier that my husband and I gave him $1,900 for the last 19 spots? Then he came back and said, oh, wait, there's more. He just did that with Nini.
Wow. Yeah.
And this is, I mean, why is it that all of our stories are the same? But he's talking to us individually. We don't know who each other are.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so this, I can't really see the green. So it says, hey, top of the afternoon. This is Needy. Top of the afternoon, Christian. I just have a question for you. And then she has the screenshot. And it says, we are now, can you explain this screenshot?
It says, we are now under 30 spots remaining. Let's close out strong and start the week off strong. Less than 30 spots. So this was in Project 1000 where he's trying to get us, because basically with Project 1000, he wanted all 1,000 spots to be filled before he actually started trading. What we found out, what we all found out was before the 1,000 spots were filled up, Christian had already started trading this account. We never knew. He actually dropped it in a Telegram account and on Zoom, told us, oh, without you guys knowing, I already started trading this account, and this account made $80,000 in a week or some crazy amount. But yeah.
Wow. Okay, so she got that screenshot from what, a group text or something?
That's from Telegram.
That's from Telegram. And then
Yep.
so now she's saying how much per spot, just curious. And that's when he says $100 per spot. The more spots you have, the more % you own of overall account. We are projected to grow the account to shoot 225 million for the first year. And then Nene says, how many spots are left? And he said 28. Basically, having spots in this group will make you millions by this time next year. Jesus.
Yeah, that's literally what he told all of us. But again, now he's saying, hey, I never told you guys that. I never guaranteed anybody.
Yeah, he's backpedaling.
Yes, you did.
He straight up lied on your live, Lenore. He straight up lied and said, no, he didn't make any guarantees. And you just read just a few of my text message threads to him.
Let's play this little bit here. Now, I'm not going to keep y'all much longer after this. I just kind of want to hear what he said to us and how this today changes everything. Lord have mercy. Let's listen up. Like, I don't know why we needed to know that. Like, that he was shopping for real estate in Vegas. And I'm going to tell you why it seems odd that he was saying that, because I know for a fact they were traveling and they had just gotten home the day before. They're in their home, but Lauren told me, hey, I'll be at Jen and Christian's tomorrow because they're coming back in town. So they have been in town a whole day. Why is he telling me right now that he's been shopping for real estate?
He can't. I'm going to tell you right now, when they were shopping for real estate, they wanted it to be aired on Basketball Wives. Basketball Wives actually cut it because they could not get a pre-approval. Anybody that has been through home shopping knows no realtor will show you a house without a pre-approval letter. They want you to go through underwriting. They want everything to be said. See, and Tolu's another victim. Tolu talked to Jennifer when Tolu, before I even asked for my money back, Tolu told Christian he didn't want to do this anymore. Tolu had given him $2,000, asked him for his $2,000 back. Christian went and lied and told every leader in our credit company that he paid Tolu back, and he never paid Tolu a dime. Tolu called Jennifer because Christian told Tolu that he was in LA. Tolu was in LA at the exact same time. And it's on that Zoom that I sent you. Christian addresses this. Tolu was in LA at the same time. He wouldn't meet up with Tolu. Tolu kept calling him over and over and over again. Jennifer finally picks up the phone. She says, you got the wrong number. 5 minutes later, Christian calls Tolu from the same number that Tolu just called him from.
What? Shut up. Tolu, where'd you go? The link is in the chat for you, Tolu. Hit the link, please. Hold on, what's the
I'm dead. And by the way, Tolu is a youth pastor too. So he's not gonna lie about this stuff.
Wow. Here, listen.
So really quick. When you talk about day trading is not a get rich quick scheme. So when people see our lives and they see how we live,
why he mad though? Why don't be mad at me? I'm just asking a question. But okay, let's listen.
We don't flaunt it. We just live it. We post a photo and we're in Europe, then we're just in Europe. But people don't understand the process it takes to get to that point. Before I met Jennifer, I was trading full time. I was a stay-at-home dad with my 2 little kids, and I was on the charts trading.
Okay, but if you were, I'm just curious, the little kids, the little one is super duper little at this time, right? Because he left while the babies are still small, and there obviously is overlap with Jennifer and Natalia.
I will say from the story I know, yes, he was trading, but he was losing the money every day. He wasn't making any money off of doing it. And he was borrowing money to fund the account again so he could trade again. That's what I know.
Lord have mercy. Okay, listen.
Right? Also, I do not trade securities. I do not pose as a licensed broker. Okay. I can't have a Series 6, Series 63, Series 7 because of my background, right?
Gotcha.
So when it comes to day trading, yes, I can open a trade account. Any convicted felon can open a trade account. A 12-year-old can open a trade account, right?
Right.
The brokers are ready to take your money every single day. These are billionaires that you can't even see.
Yeah.
So yes, I've made lots of money, but yes, I've had days where I've lost a lot of money. Like in the past year, my losses outweigh my profits. Do I cry and call the broker and say, "Hey, you scammed me"? No. That's a part of the game you get it. This is a 99.7% risk that you're going to lose your capital.
So
damn. Wait, you know, I didn't even hear him say that 99%.
I'm sorry. I'm
Why
sorry.
we doing it?
So I'm going to tell you. So I'm going to tell you this because again, like I said, I learned my lesson from this. I got into an actual accredited company who teaches me how to trade. Okay. They tell you do not risk more, which is funny that I'm about to really blow your mind. They say do not risk more than 2 to 3% of your account balance a day. Okay. So if your account balance is $100, you're looking to risk what? $10? Not even $10 because
not even $10. No.
Yeah. It's literally $2, $3, $4.
Exactly.
So again, you don't have a 99.76% chance that you're going to lose.
Why would anybody do that if that was the risk was that high? Yeah.
Yeah. So they're saying in the company that I'm in, they say if you lost your 2 to 3% for the day, get out and try again tomorrow. Don't mess with it. If you gain more than your 2 to 3% in that day, get out. Do not mess with it. You're done for the day. That's it. You come back the next day. So again, if the account is at $1.6 million and you only got $176,000 or $126,000 left, that means you risked well over 2 to 3% of that account.
Yeah.
No, again, all the traders that I'm learning to meet don't ever tell you to do something like that.
Absolutely. Right. Tolu said he got a boatload of hands on him when he was locked up. You think he was beat up? You think so?
Oh no.
Different kind of hands?
Yes. That's the different kind of hand. He's talking about different.
He's a pretty boy, like you know.
Oh,
what you
said it.
Oh my Lord Jesus, my God today. Oh God. Okay. Let me pull this thing back up. Okay, we're gonna get through this little piece of this man. Hold on, wait a second. Lord have mercy, child. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
The quote unquote victims, right? That say that, hey, we want to file a complaint for a lawsuit. These are people that are upset. And it's the blind leading the blind saying, hey, now we were making money. Christian was the best. He's the best mentor. He's the best teacher. But now we're talking about big amounts of money. There's a person on my complaint for the lawsuit for $100. $100.
Well, send it to her.
How come he didn't answer that? Why he didn't do
it's funny because Shelly actually watched this video and she literally commented and said, yeah, send me my $100. She was like, send it to me. Like, give it to me. And at this point, it's been well over a year. So I want plus interest. State of Georgia, it's 7% interest a day.
Oh, God. Okay.
Now that brings me to this point. I send out something called a release letter, right? Because I run a real legit business. This is not a thing where I'm like, all right, cool. Like I trade for you, blah, 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 blah. Everything is always paper trail. So people say they have receipts. I have more. I have 10 times more, right?
Okay.
So you get a release, and this is how I know it was a money grab. You get a release. No one wanted to sign the release. Now, there was people that did sign the release because you have clients that understand the game. You have clients that don't understand the game. You have clients that say, hey, here's $3,500. Hey, here's $1,500. I want to invest this. I want to grow the money. And then guess what? Once you lose, oh, well, you took my money from me. I actually don't even need a client. I haven't accepted a client in over a year now.
Is it because
I can trade on my own.
Is this because of this though? Is that why you haven't accepted clients?
No, that's actually not the reason. I'm actually building a tech company and I have to direct all of my focus to that.
So
do y'all believe that he stopped taking clients?
So I'm actually going to chime in. I'm going to tell you what this tech company supposedly is.
Okay.
And this is because I was in healthcare for 20 years. And I actually turned him in to the Attorney General myself because he can't do this. He started up an AI company. It's on like a funding launch. He's trying to raise money to get this going. But it is an AI company to do mental health, where you can log in and you can talk to an AI bot about your issues 24/7. As a domestic violence survivor, I don't want a man like that doing anything that I'm talking in. Period. I don't care who
His
it is.
mama and them need to be in there because they got some fucked up mental issues. Anyway, I apologize. I digress.
You need your own show, okay, Auntie? You is a mess, girl. When I saw you on Touch Cat, my mouth was on the floor. I said, "Oh my God,
Oh man, I was crying that day. I
But
was
a totally different, but a totally different energy from them sea hags, though.
And what he calls this, and it's so funny. I was talking to my husband about this. So the new AI company is called Wealth AI. Why does everything Christian that has to do with a company he launches has the word wealth in it?
Oh, does it? All of them do that?
He had be
the gold
profitable.
standard.
He had be profitable. Now he's what? Gold. He's
Standard.
the gold subscription.
Oh,
It used to be the gold standard. Then it's billionaire one. It's liquid asset automation. Everything has to do with money. Wealth AI, come on. That has nothing. Your mental health has nothing to do with actual money. And I was in mental health, drug addiction, and substance abuse for 17 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's my specialty. That's what I work in. I can tell you he's a classic narcissist. He's a covert narcissist is what he is. And
I feel like, be honest, they're going to be so mad at me. But I feel like Jen, all the guys that I've seen her with or know of, they seem all be narcissists.
Oh yeah.
Her husband, her first husband, narcissist. Tim Norman, narcissist. I don't even know much about the guy that scammed her, but I gotta assume he was a narcissist. And I
think Jelani was the only one that was halfway right, and she ran from him.
Oh, right. He was nice.
Yeah, Jelani. Yep. Yeah.
What happened with that? He was not, it seemed like, I don't know, but he seemed like he liked her. He seemed like, he treated her well. Anyway.
He wasn't scammy enough. He wasn't shady enough.
I believe so. I believe he wasn't shady enough, and I believe he wasn't giving her the glitz and glam that she wanted.
I thought he did well for himself.
He did, but he probably wasn't, showering her with everything.
But my thing is this. He's sitting up here talking about all these people that is jumping on, talking about, oh, he was great when he's making money. What is he saying about his brother's in-laws? Why he didn't make them right?
That's true, because they're on the lawsuit, and
that's what I found out. They're on the lawsuit. I mean, he's taking money from my son. He's taking money from his cousins. He's taking money from family members. Like you said, it wasn't in the thousands like that. I mean, wouldn't even return their phone calls once they hide nothing. He just disappeared, and they chucked it up as a loss. But when I found out that his own brother's wife's family got taken, so they crazy too.
The brother.
So is he saying the same thing about them?
Someone just sent me a picture of the brother who Christian looks just like, right?
I'm gonna tell you something. Out of all the nincompoops that's under there sniffing under his nose, Christian has no reason. He does have an example of what it is to be a good father. His brother is there and present in his own children's lives every day. That boy not only is in his own kids' lives every day, he's in Christian's oldest son's life.
Oh,
you would think that he's Christian's daddy.
Oh, wow. Okay. So he doesn't have a relationship with his oldest child?
No.
He told me he has a phenomenal relationship with him.
He doesn't.
Okay, one other quick thing, because I feel like, Christina, you're going to be gone. I wanted to wait and ask you this at the end, but I want to ask you now. You have a daughter?
Huh?
Do you have a daughter, or is that one of your
No,
sisters?
I just, honey, they tricked me once. I only have one son. At 16, I was done.
Not tricked me once. You a mess. Listen. Lauren shared that her niece, right, which would really, it sounds like it's really is it? No, this is on the dad's side of the family, right? Was Kim Porter's nanny?
No. She's talking about another sister, another person that was married to one of the Walden brothers. That was good friends, best friends with Kim Porter. But what does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
It doesn't. I'm trying to think, how did that it came up because she said that Christian has been around entertainment, so he's not clout chasing Jennifer because she worked 7 years in the business. He's got a cousin. His first cousin was very close to Kim Porter, lived in the house with Kim Porter until her death. What does
the cousin have to do with him? The only time Christian had anything around any entertainer when he was a little boy, he got to do a little dancing with Justin Timberlake. Okay. Yes, that he did do that. He did a little twinkle toes dancing with Justin Timberlake. And he and his brother, that little rap group without what's his name? Offset and them, they grew up together. His oldest brother went to school with Offset, and his brother danced in the Whitney Houston video when they were kids.
Oh, with Offset, because Offset danced with
in that Whitney Houston video was like, why they keep messing with me, that Whitney Houston song. And she had all of the little boys acting like paparazzi taking pictures. His brother, Christian's brother, and Offset, they were in that video. So there were little peaks and stuff that they were able to get into because Dee was able to finesse to get them, little spots as kids. But as far as saying they were always in the limelight, Christian pushes his way to be around people. Like he's got a friend whose father used to manage her. But what the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Mm-hmm.
What does that got to do with anything? You're talking about something, it's those type of people that don't have shit. They got a name drop in order to make themselves relevant. Which to me, when you name drop, you're irrelevant because you don't know these people. You just talking about being around the hell. I own a limousine company, was around a whole lot. I was around Michael Jackson and Prince. But you didn't hear me go around talking about, oh, I know Michael, and I know Prince, and I know Sylvester Stallone, and I know I know. Just because my company, they use my company.
I got you. Okay. All right. Let me say this. I'm glad I asked you because I was like, if she leave again and I can't verify this story.
I'm so dedicated with y'all right now. I'm working and I'm still coming back in.
Okay. We ain't gonna be here much longer. I promise. Because y'all gotta come back. Like there's so much to this. It's crazy. Okay. Let's listen a little further.
If I drop off, no, I'm coming back.
Okay.
Do I still trade? Most definitely.
Sure. Let me ask you this though. Okay, so when they were paying this consultation fee,
let
me ask you this. I have a friend that got into doing day trading as well, and this was a few years back, and they went to they started taking a course, if you will, where they signed up with this guy, and over a series of so many weeks, they would teach them different things to consider when trading. They had them first playing with play money, trade with play money until they understood it and had the hang of it and moved on. Is your program like that, where people paying you a consultation fee and then you work with them for a period of time? Was it like a classroom setting? How did that work? If I were to pay, how did it work?
It was very broad. So when I first started my community, and let me tell you why I started my community. I've been on the biggest stages in the world. I've been all over I've traveled country to country, state to state.
And I'm not hating on that. I'm just wondering, why was he? I'm just curious. Why was he on these big stages?
I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you. When I watched this and I heard this, I said, "What big stages has he been on?"
I mean, what big stages? Yeah,
I knew who Christian was before Jennifer. So, what big stages have you been on?
That's why I was like, okay, you've been a bit, but I'm thinking like, what stages were those, and why did they call him to be on it? And that's why I thought, oh, he's got this great inspiring story. And until we got here today, I had no idea he didn't tell the people what he had gone through in the past. So that throws me off. But okay, let's listen.
I've spoken, I've mentored, right? So there's no impact in me getting up at 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock a.m. in the morning making money, right? Can you agree there's no impact with just making money? Because who are you impacting? You're impacting your bank account.
Sure.
So for me, I've always wanted to be in a position where I could impact and inspire other people.
Okay.
Most people fear trading. It's not that they don't want to learn, they just fear it, but they do want to see their money grow. So I had something called trade signals where I would send out trades every single day, literally copy, paste, profit, right? I was every day like that. There was all some bad trades because I'm human, most definitely, right?
Okay.
And then I have an education platform, which is a mastery where you pay a fee, pretty much like a university. And I literally walk you through how to trade and how to get in the markets and become successful in the markets. I also had account management where people come to me and they say, hey, I want to grow my money. Whether it's $150 or $5,000, I want to grow my money. And one thing I always emphasized to clients at the time was this is not a get rich quick overnight thing. This is not, you're going to lose, you're going to make money, right? I have tons of testimonials of people making money. I can't even count anymore.
Okay.
So my program was literally started in 2020.
And he never talked about the project accounts, and he never talked about the lifetime dividend accounts.
Nope.
Oh, you're
And
muted.
he still has that group open on Telegram.
Sorry. I was gonna say, I wonder if why he doesn't have, if I were him, I'd have more lives with people with testimonials who have really been successful and been.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why he doesn't. Because I'm gonna shut this down because he did a whole YouTube about this. The reason why he doesn't. So for example, he has a YouTube on Thanksgiving of last year where he says me and my husband are lying. I mean, they did a whole hour-long YouTube on me and my husband. And they were trying to talk about how we're miserable, we want to be them, this, that, the other, just craziness. Number one, I would never want to be a 50-year-old woman with a 30-year-old boy. Ever. I'm just going to put that out there. And I would never want to be with somebody who's being called a scammer. I mean, that I wouldn't want anything to do with any of this. But they put out where they had supposedly reviews from my husband and I. Now, what's funny about this is I had people contacting me on Thanksgiving. I was with my family. I didn't have my phone on me at all. I had set it down. By the time I got to my phone, I had hundreds of messages, people saying, even Natalia reached out to me and said, you need to go hire a lawyer and sue him for defamation of character. And I was like, what? To this day, I have not watched the video. Kiki or Nini, who's on here, she's watched it. Few other people have watched it. They've told me not to go watch it because they know that me and my husband do have some anger problems, and there
Your husband was not playing with.
And there will be.
I said not today.
There will be some. Yeah, there will be some issues. So we haven't watched it to this day. But what I did see, because I sent this part to the FBI agent, he had stated that I did a review for him and he posted it, and it looked like it had came from my email. And I had to think about it because I was like, I said, this review is not, Nini, can you mute your line?
Oh, that's Nini. Okay, Nini, I'm going to mute you.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
There we go.
So during, I had to think about it because, yes. So I had to think about it because this review didn't sound like anything that would ever come out of my mouth. It didn't sound like anything that would ever come out of my husband's mouth. If you've ever, as you guys have experienced my husband talking, it's just not anything that would have ever came out of any one of our mouths. There's words that we would never use, things like that. And I'm like, what is this? So I asked my husband, did you write a review for Christian and send it from my email? Like, what is going on? Because it's clearly from my email. And he goes, remember a long time back when Christian asked if we would do a review for him. And this is back in 2023. This is before Christian ever took our money. Okay. He asked us to do a review. My husband said, well, I don't really know what to say. Why don't you write it up and send it to me and I'll have Alteria send it to you. So Christian wrote up the review, sent it to my husband. My husband told me, copy and paste this, send it over to Christian. So I did it. I didn't even read it. Had no idea. So Christian, I hope you're watching this. This review came out of your fucking mouth, not mine, not my husband's. And you're showing reviews from 2023 before you snatched everybody's fucking money.
Let me ask you this then, because you would have the email that he sent to your husband, right? With this,
it was a text message. He sent it in a text
so
message.
he would have that.
Yeah, we have it, and the FBI has it too.
Jesus.
Just like there's another review on his page that he showed of Louis Fajou from Love After Lockup. He has him writing a review. Louis wrote a review, yes. But what you also guys don't know is Christian took, between Louis and his wife, they each invested $5,000. Christian took it and ran. They never seen the money.
My God.
Louis just doesn't want to be a part of the lawsuit because he's chucking it up as a loss. I have Louis's phone number. Every single one of these people reached out to me, and he says I'm spearheading it. They reached out to me because I've been the vocal one. I'm not scared of Christian.
I feel like though, it's okay though if you have been done wrong and you've come in contact with others who have a similar story as you, and you do spearhead the effort to getting justice. I don't see that there's anything wrong with that. Again, this is all alleged. I've obviously proved a couple things have been proven today where he said he didn't guarantee people money per day. He said it was weekly and he didn't guarantee it, but we're going to get there. We're not going to be here much longer. I can't believe y'all. This has been good.
Like you even have, you have the Zoom that I held in May where he said to me and 15 other people, Tolu was a part of it. If he's still on here, me as well as 15 other people were on there. He said, all of you guys are going to get your payouts at the end of this month. The day that Zoom was held was May 24th of 24. We were supposed to get our payouts. We didn't. So we sent a demand letter 30 days after. I sent you the demand letter 30 days after. We never got our money. I sent a follow-up text with all 15 people that were on that Zoom. It was a group text. I said, Christian, it's been 30 days. We haven't heard anything. I got certification that it was delivered to you because it was certified. It was delivered to you. You got it. Where's our money? I said, do I need to go take legal recourses against this? And he said, do what you feel you got to do.
Yes. Look, we're going to break all this down. I'm just going to listen to a little bit more of what he said that day. And then I'm really going to be piecing up these receipts and watching the Zoom. I hope you're okay with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over the next few days. But yeah, okay. Let me play a little of this and I'm gonna let y'all go. This is wild. I've enjoyed having you guys here. You've given me a lot of clarity. There's so much information. And it's been sad to hear some of the stories too. You know, I hate to hear, because here's the other thing. Trust is such a big thing there. It's hard when you go through something like this, it's hard to trust anybody about anything. Everything that's presented to you from this point on is probably you're going to be skeptical about most things. And I mean, that's not a safe feeling to have, you know? So I can't imagine when your life savings and things of that nature have been taken from you and you've got ailments or you're dealing with homelessness. I mean, or something like this causes homelessness. That is very, it's heartbreaking to hear actually. So I want to dive more into those things as the days go, but let's listen and see what he said here, Jesus. And we'll get out of here.
21, simply because I wanted to put people in position, because trading is it's a boring hobby, if that makes sense. Like, yes, the money's good, but it's just like I'm on the charts all day.
Okay.
So that's the reason, and that is the reason why I started my group. And then to answer your question, it was different tiers of my group.
Okay. Okay. There were different tiers. Okay. Do you have any comments about, let me ask you this. How did these ladies, I'm thinking most of them are females that are currently, isn't there like 10 people that are suing you right now for?
It's about 22.
22 people. Okay. And they're all a part of this one suit. Is that correct? Or are they separate?
Yeah, it's a pro bono person working behind the scenes. Which
okay, when he first said that about the pro bono person, I thought he was talking about Simone. First of all,
I think he is talking about Simone.
He thinks Simone is your attorney.
I mean, it's clear if you go look up Cobb County Superior Court, it's very clear that our attorney's name is David Dreyer.
Yeah, I mean,
and David Dreyer was very clear. I'm not touching this case unless I get some money.
Ciao. Okay. Come on now. Let's.
Their complaint is all the same. It's literally, it's like ChatGPT wrote this complaint, and it's all the same complaint. So it's like you form this alliance and you file a complaint, and it's completely fine. I've won lawsuits, I've lost lawsuits that I actually filed, right? Yeah. So
that boy is a lie. He ain't even ever been in no damn lawsuit.
I can't.
Got release letters saying, "Hey, you want your funds, or you want your?" Because here's the thing: you're not entitled to a refund. Once I start management for you, or because in my verbiage, I do send out an agreement, right? And the verbiage on that agreement is once trading commences, this becomes non-refundable. Because
is there something that says that somewhere?
Never. And Nini is on here. She can tell you he has never sent one of us any type of agreement or contract ever. It was after he lost the money, he tried to send us one via email.
Yep.
Other than that, we never got one saying, hey, here's our agreement between us trading your account. None of that. And matter of fact, I have a text message where people that I know requested it, and he said I would never send out a contract because everything in text message is solid writing or something like that. Matter of fact, I will find that text right now and I will read it word for word.
Okay.
Because he refused to send that text message. And let's see, my phone maybe might have erased it. Possibly.
What text message are you looking for, Alteria?
Say that again.
I said, what text message are you looking for?
It's a text. You wouldn't be in it. It's a group text that I'm in with somebody else who had invested in him.
Here, I'm gonna play.
And Alteria, his brothers-in-laws, they still in it, right?
Yes, yes, they are all. Yeah, they're still in the lawsuit. Absolutely.
So he's talking about them as well.
Yeah, we are all in the first lawsuit against him.
Quick question, Jet Black Straight actually has a good question. Just curious, why do business without a contract?
Because, so again, he refused to give a contract, and he said anything that is in text messages
is a contract.
Is a contract.
Kind of true. Yeah.
And I will say, because of these text messages, it's helped our case. So I would say that that's pretty much true.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's hear it go.
At that point, I'm making you money.
Okay.
Whether we're making money or losing, I have started the service.
Okay.
So if you pay a membership fee for something, whether it's a gym or whatever, and you go to that gym for a month, and then you come back after a month and say, I want you to give me back the money that I went to the gym for, they're going to look at you crazy. Yeah, you can cancel the membership, but the gym's going to probably have you sign a piece of paper.
I got
you.
I guess my question is, how did all of these people come together, though, and claim to have the same story? Are these people, so are you just saying that these are folks that just are upset that they lost money at trading because they were under the impression they weren't supposed to? Because I did read something that said that you promised a 2 to 3% increase or a profit per day. Is that true?
I never see. That's the thing. That's the thing about the internet. I never promised it.
Okay.
I said on average, we do about 2 to 3% growth weekly.
Okay, so
that is not what that text message said, but go ahead.
So here's the text message he said. He said, I would never give contracts for community joint accounts because they are so short term. Also, one thing I learned from one of the wealthiest people in my phone book, text messages are bound. And I don't know, where's my camera here?
Yeah.
You will see it says Christian Gold right there.
Yeah. Yep. Actually, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Let me move that here. Yeah. Yep. Christian Gold. But I would never give contracts. Yep. Okay. Okay. Got it.
And I also have a voice note.
But he tells you guys he gives contracts.
Okay, let's listen a little further.
Right?
Okay.
This is weak. I said on average. I never said, I promise you, I'm going to take you from 200 to 2 million in 12 months.
It did say that though, Christian. I mean, from what I read, that's what I got out of it. You are going to make 3% a day. You're going to have this much by this time next year. There are $2,800 investments going to turn you into a millionaire a year from now. That's what I heard and read. But
see, the internet likes to go and twist things, right? I'm always transparent. And here's I don't do the billboards. I don't do the Facebook ads and all the target marketing. The reason being is because my platform has always been result driven. So if you get a result or you go eat at a good restaurant, you probably want to go tell people that the food was good if the food was good. That is exactly how my platform went. Now, the people that wanted to invest huge amounts, I would literally be on a consultation with them, me or my assistant at the time, and we would say no. First of all, you don't know me. Yes, you
by the way,
the but let's build a relationship between me and you first.
His name is Cameron Rose, and Cameron Rose told all of us that Christian scammed him too.
Oh my God. Where's Cameron at?
And Cameron's very gay as well.
I want to interview what's his name? Cameron? Yeah, I want to.
That's his supposed assistant. And Cameron knows that, you know, by Christian saying that his assistant is doing all this stuff, he's implicated in the case as well.
Right? And then later down the line, if you feel like you want to put a crazy amount, a lump sum of money, then we'll talk about it at a later point. But I always denied anything over. I mean, I barely took 5 figures, like a couple of people. But one thing I learned in this industry is you have to be careful who you help. Okay. Because these are people that have formed an alliance and we know who is behind it, right? We've talked about this in multiple interviews. It's all over the internet. Like everyone can see this already, right? It is what it is at this point. These people had a chance to sign a release of claims and get their funds released. They didn't want to sign it. They want to go in a lawsuit so they can get compensated for damages. And we'll see how it plays out. That's it.
Are you being investigated?
Oh, yeah, we most certainly will see how it plays out, Mr. Gold.
What'd you say, Nene? What'd you say?
I said, oh, yes, we most certainly will see how it plays out. We sure will.
Oh, Lord.
Do you know what the FBI investigates? They're not running out there $100, $200, $1,500, $25.
That is true. They're not running behind those amounts. But if you got multiple people with those amounts add up to large amounts of money. Mm-hmm. And you still and I do get upset when I hear people say that ain't no money. That's just a couple $1,000 or this, that, the other. But it was important enough for you to get it on the front end. You know, it was important enough. It was valuable enough to invest. It was necessary then, but now it's no money or it's no big deal.
I mean, all of us have text messages where we even said to Christian, when you wanted the money from us, you were hurrah, hurrah on our phone every 5 minutes. But the minute we start asking, you went ghost. He told me and my husband at one point that we were inconveniencing him. You're inconveniencing me. I'm busy. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Negro, you got our money. How is this an inconvenience? Nene, when she was asking him for her money, it's my birthday. Me and Jennifer are celebrating my birthday, but you don't know her, right?
And the same people that are sitting up here saying it's no money, let them have put their money in and see how quiet they be.
I mean, he says he didn't accept more than 5 figures from people. Again, a lot of these people gave him money in chunks. Yeah, it may not have been 5 figures all at once. It may have been 1,500 here, 1,500 here, 1,500 here, but it all adds up. And I mean, I didn't even know we gave him the amount of money we gave him until I went through bank accounts and cash apps and all of that stuff. And again, for the FBI to get involved, you have to have all your I's dotted and your T's crossed. They're not going to touch anything. They have talked to every single one of us. They have all of our payments to him. They even have the payments that he sent to me, the $2,500 he sent to me. The FBI knows that. And they have it because they're tracking where the money came from.
What my stupid nephew don't realize is this.
Oh,
they got something what they call.
The FBI's even contacted his aunt, Christina.
Yes.
She's talking to FBI agents.
Yeah, they called me. But what he fails to realize is this. They have something what they call forensic accountant.
Yeah, for sure.
That's going to shut it down all the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be
all
easy
the way.
to prove. Yeah.
And up, right? 75,000 and up is what you can sue in federal court for. But I don't know if does it always matter about the amount of money though for the feds to investigate? Like we're looking, I mean, I know this is very different, but we're looking at Diddy right now, and he is being charged with a RICO, and it has nothing to do with earning money. It's all about coercion and trafficking, if you will.
Let me ask you a question. Is Diddy's case criminal or is it civil?
It's criminal, but I was told, well, I'm not saying I was told.
And here's what's funny about his
being
comment. What a lot of people don't realize is Cassie headed this RICO case. First came civil because Cassie sued him.
Absolutely. Cassie and Little Rod that they don't talk about, but Little Rod kind of substantiated the things that Cassie said.
Exactly.
In that first
and
that's everything that came out for this RICO.
Yes. Yep. And from what I have understood from our attorney, when it comes to RICO cases, first comes civil, then comes criminal. So
interesting. Okay. All right, we're almost done with him.
Investigated by the feds, and that it's due to RICO, quote unquote, RICO offenses.
Okay, so
I do want to. Somebody wrote in here. Better yet, how is he able to explain to the IRS the origins of his money? Guys, again, I am friends with Natalia. His child support case. The judge asked him, "Where are his tax returns?" He has not filed for the last 3 years, and the judge told him he's committing a crime.
Yeah.
But you're a millionaire, but you haven't filed for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Make it make sense.
You can't. How did they get a child support order without having the income, though?
So it's really funny. He says in this interview that his baby's mom wanted more money than he was willing to give, right?
Right.
And the reason why she wanted more money is because you're out here telling everybody you're worth $5 to $6 million. Pay me $5 to $6 million worth. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I would be the same way.
Children are entitled to the lifestyle of the parent
that you're living. So what he actually gave the courts, which again, she tried to fight this too. He gave the courts, when you have your bank account statements every month, everybody gets bank account statements. That very first page is a summary of your deposits, your debits, and then your balance. He gave the courts 5 months of that first cover page, would not give them anything else.
Oh, Lord. Really?
That's it. And it showed that he makes $25,000 a month. So they gave her a child support award of, I think it was $3,700 or something like that. Christina might know the exact dollar amount.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But yeah,
when did that get solidified? Like in the last couple of months?
The beginning of June, because his first child support payment was supposed to be June 15th. I don't know if that's happened.
Okay.
But yeah.
Wow. Okay, so it literally
Yeah,
just
so he didn't turn over the cash apps from all the money that we've sent him, the Zells. I mean, nothing. You showed that you made 25 grand a month. And the DA and everybody that was involved was trying to fight this and say, no, he hasn't given us his, tax transcript, nothing.
Wow.
There's a difference between an indictment and charge, and there's a difference between a complaint.
I agree.
Okay. So people go online and say, oh, he's been charged because they want to get the clickbait, right?
I didn't say he was charged. I asked him, was he being investigated?
And nobody said that he's been charged, because he hasn't been charged. But there have been lawsuits filed. Yes, there have. It's public record. You can go on Cobb County Superior Court and you can look it up. You can pull him up. You can pull up his child support as well, because it's in Cobb County. All of this stuff is public information.
Any court hearings coming up?
I'm pretty sure there will be.
Let me know.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
We already know, because the thing about me, I'm gonna shoot straight. So, and I'm pretty sure you do too, right? This is not I'm just explaining my side, because I'm a man of my business, and I'm a man that stays off the internet because it's toxic, right? People see one thing and they click it. Oh, Christian Gold's been charged with a RICO case. Do people not understand how extensive a RICO case is? Like, I'm moving money through the streets. Like, it's all for clicks, and we know that me and Jennifer are a hot topic, and people gonna click on it. That's on them though.
Okay.
That's on them, right? Like I said, it's a complaint for a lawsuit. I filed lawsuits before. Like, I get it, right? It is what it is.
Okay, I got a couple other quick questions that are very specific to you and what we're talking about. One, I saw the interview that you did with Carlos King, and he asked you what your net worth was. You said roughly about $5-6 million, right?
Okay, yeah.
This was during a time, though, when we were also under the impression that you owed $250,000 to, which what I know now is like more of like what, a restitution sort of thing that you were to pay the victim.
It was restitution. Okay, listen. When you watch TV, reality TV, it's edited.
Gotcha.
I can't control the edit. Okay. On Basketball Wives, I'm paid out to be the villain. Okay. I never even want to film the show. I just show up because I support my wife.
Gotcha.
Like, they can kick rock.
What's that got to do? I asked you a question about your net worth and why you ain't paying this lady. Okay.
Want to hear something very funny about this dollar amount? The day that this episode aired, that he was saying that his restitution was $250,000 when him and Jen were sitting having lunch or whatever it was, and he told her about this.
Yeah.
That same exact day, our joint project account dropped by $250,000.
You a lie.
I'm not lying. My husband called him out on that shit. It was like, straight up, it's pretty fucking coincidental how our shit dropped 250 grand the day you tell Jen you need 200, because that was the day we found out he was even on probation or any of these legal issues, was on Basketball Wives.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Interesting.
That's very
If I'm being completely honest, right?
Okay.
The situation, I received demand letters for healthcare expenses.
Do I
take accountability?
He mad. Why he mad at me? I ain't do that to him.
He is mad.
Baby, he big mad.
I read the court
He big mad.
yesterday. He lied because the original restitution was only $6,000. At the time of sentencing, his original restitution was $6 grand. So I'm sure it went up to $12,500 because of the hospital bills, not because there's an extra expense where I'm paying hospital bills directly to the hospital.
First, he said it was $250,000 that went to the hospital.
So I'm going to tell you, because I was in the healthcare field for almost 20 years.
That's a damn lie.
I was a medical biller. Christian cannot call up my billing office and say, I want to pay Madison Smith's account without a release of information from Madison saying that I'm allowed to talk to this guy. I can't tell him that she's even a fucking patient.
Right.
So he's lying through his fucking teeth.
Well, I thought what he meant by it was that something had been established or ordered in the courts, and that's what, he just has to turn it over to somebody.
I didn't know, but he made it sound like the 12,000. Well, he's about to say it. The 12,500 goes to Madison's pocket, and the 250 takes care of all
When
the
Jennifer
medical expenses.
said that shit
Uh-oh.
on the reunion show,
Which
that was
Nene,
straight bullshit.
say that
Nene,
one more
you're
time,
cutting
Nene,
out.
because we can't really hear you. You're breaking up. Say it one more time. Nene. Uh-oh.
She
Okay.
might have to log out and log back in.
Yeah.
Ability for like slightly misexplaining it on TV. See, the internet is saying, oh, he asked his wife for 250 grand. That's not the case. I told her this is how we're going to be able to go to Paris because I had travel restrictions at that time.
Yeah.
So I couldn't go out of the country if restitution wasn't paid.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
let's be clear.
No, that's not true. That whatever that $250,000 lie he talking about, it didn't go towards hospital.
It didn't go say that again. Oh, it didn't go towards hospital. Okay, hold on one second. Work in progress. Thank you so much, sweetie, for the super chat. Did Auntie ever answer if the victim wrote the state to get him released early? I have
She
heard.
just chimed on.
No, she didn't. No, no, he got released early on good behavior because he wrote a book while he was in prison, and he helped some inmates do some, get like GEDs and stuff like that. So he was working in the prison system while he was in prison. And that he did all of that because that they let him know the more work you put in, it can get him an early release.
Sure.
But the release was just the early release, but he still had to be on parole for that whole 7.
Okay, got you. Okay.
But he did like 3 or 4 up front.
So the girl did not write a letter.
No.
That's a lie.
No, he did not. She did not write a letter.
She didn't write anything to the judge saying.
No. I mean, you have to think about it. The judge wouldn't even listen to her when she told the judge that she took and jumped off that patio from her own free will. The judge was like, "Nah, I ain't buying that." The judge, Linda Hunter, does not like my nephew, and to see how he's moving today, now I can see what she saw. I couldn't see.
So she did not contact them and say, "I want these charges dropped."
No, she didn't.
What?
No, she didn't. Because she this is what he don't get. Even once he's locked up, she can't write nobody and say she wants the charges dropped. That's not how that works.
Yeah, she has no control over it anyway. She has no control.
Once he says this, right? She had no. And then this is the thing. Even when she wanted to drop the charges, the state picked it up.
That's what I was saying. That she doesn't even at this point. She doesn't have any power when she reports that, and they see enough evidence that they want to file the charges and proceed with prosecution. They do that on their own. They don't give a fuck
They don't give a damn because too many women have been in relationships over the years. Too many women over the years have gotten in fights with men. They get locked up, then they want to drop the charges, and then turn around. Eventually, the lady end up dead, or even worse. The state stopped women doing that. They stopped women from doing that. So women have to now be, if they decide they want to drop the charges, the state be like, nah, we're gonna pick it up, and we're gonna still continue to prosecute.
Now, look, one of the people in the chat said, but why would that be a lie to tell, though? Unregistered auntie, just why? Talking about the other auntie, I guess she said. But
Lauren.
why would you be telling that lie? Because, and that is what Lauren shared as well. Anywho, okay. Well,
how's she going to sit up there and share when she threatened the little girl? All of a sudden, she can write it. She threatened that little girl.
Yeah,
a grown ass woman threatened a little girl. This is what I'm sitting here talking about. People not thinking. You're not gonna sit here. See, I'm a bulldog with a pit bull helping backbone. You can't threaten me. See, but when you come with little girl and people that talk and threat, they ain't shit. Because real people, they stand, and when it comes to their face, then they knock them out and put them to sleep. She threatened that little girl. Point blank and simple. So now all of a sudden she's this and she's that. She just only they sitting there coming up with these bullshit ass storylines that they don't understand. It's contradicting everything they say.
Absolutely.
Jesus.
And then this is the thing. Another thing. If my nephew thought he was doing what he's right, why the fuck you gotta talk about it? Just shut up and let it prove itself.
Exactly.
Liars keep talking until they keep trying to convince people otherwise.
I do think it is dangerous for them to be doing as many interviews as they are doing right now because
the
a lot of us have the
Yeah.
same questions. And what I do see is that, you know, maybe from your last interview, you see the gaps you left open. So now you're filling in new gaps in the next interview. And then after a while, the shit, it's harder to keep track of, you know? So I just.
He doesn't remember his lies. If you watch all of his interviews,
It's hard to remember a lie. Exactly. It's hard to remember a lie. The truth stands alone.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The truth stands alone. You ain't got to remember a truth.
Yeah.
And they keep smacking each other, smacking each other, smacking each other in the face.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. That's why I'm like, I stay quiet. But then when I was ready, I was like that horse ready to come out of the derby, come out them gates. Because I was ready to tell it, and can't nobody stop the truth.
Yeah. Work in progress. Thank you again for the super chat. Said Auntie, after they did it, did they get back together? What was shared? What Lauren shared?
Child, let me tell y'all. What did Lauren say? What did Jamaria say?
She said that when the whole situation happened, that the girl wrote a letter to get him released early or to have charges dropped. She also said that after that, he supported her, I guess, with her recovery or something, and that eventually, what did she say? She said that they got back together for a period of time. And I said to her, well, so did Chris Brown and Rihanna, but we can't change the fact that Rihanna was actually beat. So I'm just asking you, did they get back together?
This is what happened. Let me tell you. Let me tell you this. This is how it went. This is what had happened.
Okay,
what had happened is not was was. While he was waiting to go to court, they were young. They were sneaking around, but still sneaking. And he was staying with his father. She lived in the same subdivision with her mother as his father did, and they were sneaking around, messing around, you know, and still seeing each other to the point she ended up getting pregnant.
Wait,
Madison
with a third
ended up
child?
getting pregnant. No, Madison.
Second baby.
No, Madison
Madison's
didn't get to have the girl in prison. She got pregnant.
Okay. I'm thinking Natalia. No. Okay.
No, not Natalia. Madison. She couldn't have the baby because she had broke her back.
Oh, Jesus.
Right, okay.
Oh, Jesus. So she was, oh, God.
Yeah, see, this how she knows all that. Because, honey, I said, I'm like Nino Brown. I'm tell all this shit.
If I'm going down, all y'all going down with me.
And I'm Christina Brown. So Madison got pregnant during all that time before he went to prison and got found guilty and all of that. And so he couldn't keep the baby. The secret was kept. He told everybody but his mama, and his mama, she got so pissed off, and she came at me, and we had a knockdown drag out because I'm like, it's okay, calm down. She couldn't stand the girl. The girl never did nothing to her. Just like Natalia ain't never did nothing to her. And so she ended up having to get rid of the baby. And that's how that went. So, oh yeah, I know Miss V. I see you, baby. I see you.
I got. So is how about what's her name? Madison. Do you still talk to Madison?
No, I haven't talked to Maddie in a minute.
I mean, I have the transcript from the DV, and I do want to walk through that at some point. Do you think she would talk about it or no?
I don't know. I don't know, being that she's been brought up in this light, you know, because like I said, this when it even came to light. See, what people don't realize is once you get in the public eye, you're going to be scrutinized. If there's something there, people are going to find it.
Yeah.
That's the same way if you go into politics or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
And so
I was told, because she talks to Mims, make it make sense.
Oh, she does. She does talk to
She
him?
does talk to him. I was told she will not come forward and speak because she's had too many threats.
Oh,
and I'm assuming it's probably from
And
her.
I wonder from who. I bet not find out.
I mean, do you think she would even talk? Well, she's talking to Mims, so
I don't know, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reach out.
Yeah,
you know,
Mims could tell you more than any of us could because she's the only person he'll talk to. She wouldn't even talk to Simone.
Oh. Yeah, I would.
Well, if you reach out to Mims, Alteria, tell Mims, tell Maddie that Auntie CW that she'll talk to, and if she wants my number, you can go ahead and give it to her.
And I was
and then we'll find out.
Even if she didn't want to come on the show, I wouldn't mind just having a conversation with her because I do feel like this story keeps coming up, and she I mean, look, we're not gonna lie, like that's foundational a sort of what am I trying to say? That's the foundation of a lot of our perception. Once we hear something like that transpired, now we're looking at Christian a certain way. And then she's been said to have wanted attention. That's why she jumped off a balcony. That, you know, I'm still trying to understand why she didn't have her phone. And why, if he didn't want her to leave, why didn't he just take the keys? Why did he think she was gone if they're in the same apartment and the balcony is off from the family room? I was just very confused as to what the whole story really was. And in my mind, I can't justify my mind why anyone would take a chance to jump off a third-story balcony. I just don't even know why someone would take that chance.
Oh, I think
he would be the only one to be able to answer that question, because I could sit here and speculate. We all can, but it was just them two. She would have to be the one to answer that question. I wouldn't dare answer it for her. All I know is that night when he left, and you know, she did jump and he left, my son was the one that came and picked him up. That's what I did know that, but I didn't even know when he picked him up. Like I said, there's always our house that they always come to when something's going on. And so from there, that's when everything, the next morning I woke up and I'm finding out, I let them take my car, you know, go and do what they have to do to come back. Then that's when we found out Christian, you know, her mother helped coax him to get back to the apartment. And that's when he got arrested.
Gotcha. Ladies, I want to thank y'all for coming out today. This has been a lot. I got so much to digest, more receipts to look through, videos to watch. We're going to be talking about this for a minute. I think they've just created the Christian gold sector of YouTube, because I think a lot of people are interested in this storyline. Again, I'm not trying to be funny. I would love to have each one of you back again, and maybe just separately, where we can just kind of talk about, you know, what's been happening, because this was a lot. This was a lot. I never
honestly,
here 5 hours.
This isn't even the tip of it all. I mean,
I believe you. It's wild. This is a wild ride, and I'm sorry.
The plot just continues to thicken.
Like I tell people all the time, this has been a never-ending nightmare I've been living for almost 2 years.
Me too.
And I was just talking with Nini and Kiki about this the other night. Like, there was a month where nobody was talking about Christian for a good 2 to 3 months. And that was probably the best 2 to 3 months I had, because I wasn't stressed. My blood pressure wasn't up, you know, all of that stuff. And it's just like, boom.
And you can't afford to be doing all, you can't afford to be stressed.
Exactly. I can't afford to be stressed in my condition. I can't afford for any of that. So it's like, you know, I feel like I felt Like, okay, we're able to breathe. We're going along with our lawsuit. He's doing his thing. We're not hearing his name. And then boom, here comes some Auntie Jamiria, Lauren, whatever the hell name she wants to go by, wants to start doing these interviews and start mentioning us again. They're mentioning Simone, me, and Natalia. That's all they want to talk about is Simone, me, and Natalia. Leave me alone. I already said what I had to say. Yes, I'm spearheading the thing because you used me and my recording to scam other people out of money. That is not fair. So I'm going to use myself to take your ass down.
Well, Alteria, I think you're doing a good job. That's your goal. I think you've rallied the troops, and look, I wish you all the best. I really do want the truth to be told, and I want justice for anybody who's been scammed, if you will. Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate all of you for being so freaking transparent and available to go through the. And I'm glad we didn't do this last night, because child, 5 hours we would have been talking till 2 and 3 in the morning. Okay. So no, I do appreciate you guys. Again, ladies, do you have any final words? Let me start with Auntie. Auntie, do you have any final words?
No, I just, other than thank you once again. This was enjoyable. Like I said, I'm all about the truth, because one thing I always raise them to tell them is when you tell a lie, you give people ownership over you. And never tell lies, because then people can hold stuff over you. If whether it's right or wrong or indifferent, stand in it, learn from it, and keep moving on. That's how you grow. But when you keep lying, they got to look at how much time they got to take to convince people of crap. So, like I said, I'm here for it. I'm always going to be here fighting for, advocating for my family and anybody, because I love people. So with that being said, if you need me, I'm here. I'm here. Auntie's here.
All right. All right. Auntie, thank you so much. And I will be in touch with all of you. Okay. Thank you. Have a good
Yes,
one.
ma'am.
Nene, you got any last words?
Oh, yes, I do. Can y'all hear me?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All I want the people to understand and know is that we're here to tell the truth. We want the truth to be told. And for those who are actually seeking the truth, then just follow us. Just follow us. You're going to get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth with receipts to back up everything we're saying. Keep that in mind when y'all go and listen to their bullshit ass lies that they tell on these different interviews. Ask the host of these interviews to have them provide receipts to back up their claim. Every interview and talk show that they've been on, they sit up and they spew lies, but don't have any kind of receipt to back up what they're saying. And I dare Christian to try to say anything about me, because I have enough evidence to bury his ass alone. You thought those receipts were hot as fish grease?
They were pretty good. Those are pretty good receipts.
So I dare him to speak on me and try to talk shit about me. That's why he was on the show talking about he didn't know me. Because I got too much evidence, too much credible evidence that will basically drown me. I want all the smoke. And my last thing is this. Stand down. Uncle Fester, stand down. Y'all need to stand down, because if you don't, you'll end up just like Christian and Jennifer. Y'all thinking that everything is all good, but just know it's not. Okay? I don't care. I don't give a damn what Christian is telling y'all. Everything is not okay. Just know that. And know that we are telling you the truth. And y'all know that we're telling you the truth. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Nene. I'm wishing you all the best. And again, I'll be in touch with you so you can come back and we can talk a little more just about your story, okay?
Thank you. And thank you for having us. Thank you for, using your platform and allowing us an opportunity to tell our side. Thank you so much for that.
Anytime. Thank you. Bye-bye. Alteria, the last words go to you, Sister Spearhead.
The only thing I really have to say is, this has been a big learning lesson. They always say, God always brings things to you. Either it's going to be a blessing or a lesson, right? And this has actually been kind of both, because it was a huge lesson for me in many different aspects. But on the other hand, he brought a lot of people into my life, the victims, that I actually, were able to form a lot of really good relationships with. I speak to all of these people every single day. And again, because I was the one that has been spearheading it when it comes to the FBI, the lawyer, everything, I have spent countless hours, months gathering evidence. And people don't know how hard that is.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And how not only physically exhausting it is, how mentally exhausting it is, how emotionally exhausting it is, how you're reading other people's stories, how you feel. That's triggering, how you feel for people. And then you've got people like Christian and Jennifer who want to go and do an hour-long YouTube on you and your husband and try to bash you even more. So, I always tell people now, like, hey, do your research before you get into anything. Like, do your research. If you're doing trading, contact the SEC, contact FINRA, because what I didn't know is that I could contact them and they would tell me if somebody was registered with them so that they could tell me that they were legally able to trade my money. I didn't know that. And I found that out by contacting them, by telling them about Christian. And they said, hey, we don't have him. We're forwarding your case to the FBI. That's what they told me. And I have several emails saying that. So even though I had trusted him because we were in a previous company, I should have done my research. My husband, like he said, he's a gambler. So it's, scared money don't make money is what he always says. So, he's going to do what he wants to do. And there's not much I can do about it, but I can, direct him in the right way if it's not the right way. So again, this has been a lesson for sure, a hard lesson, because I think I told this on Tasha K. My husband and I have 6 kids. All of our kids, except for one, are in college.
Oh, wow.
So we got big bills.
Wait, you got 5 in college right this second?
We got 5 in college right now, and we have 8.
Baby.
So, we have 6 kids. We got big bills. So yes, we have businesses. Yes, we have this. Yes, we have that. But we're just like everybody else. We got big bills and lots of bills to pay for. So yes, we may make money, but again, a lot comes out. So, just the things that we've all had to sit here, as we've said over and over again, you've got a man and a woman who are living this lavish life, posting on social media. Like right now they're in Paris. You're in Paris doing all this lavish stuff.
They're not in Paris right now. Are they?
Yeah, they're in Paris right now. Yeah.
What, they just left?
For his birthday. His birthday was the 18th of June.
So they went back to Paris.
So they
Okay.
went back to Paris for his birthday.
Okay.
So, you know, you're in Paris, you're doing all of these things, but yet you can't pay people back the money that you owe them. Or again, he says no refunds, but if you didn't take these people's money, if you didn't scam them, why are you writing promise to pays? If it was legitimately a loss, why are we getting promise to pays that are notarized?
Gotcha.
It all doesn't make sense. And this isn't to, you know, again, I have no problems with Jennifer. Jennifer's not in this fight. This fight is between me and Christian. So with her saying that I'm the ultimate fucking crash out, I guess I'm the ultimate fucking crash out. If that's what you want to call me, that's what you can call me all you want. But I'm not a 50-year-old dating a fucking 30-year-old scammer. So who's really the crash out?
Alteria, thank you so much, girl. Thank you so much. I will have you back. If there's ever anything I can do, please let me know. But I definitely intend to have you back. And I
I just want to thank
sift
you
through all these receipts you sent over, girl. Okay.
And I
I'm
just
going
want
to
to
do
thank
this
you
for a while.
because honestly, besides Simone, you've been the other only blogger on YouTube who's ever interviewed them or interviewed us who has asked the real questions.
Thank you. I
The
appreciate
real hard, like, wait a minute, this don't make sense. Not the foo-foo bullshit. You've been the person that's like, well, wait a minute, I got some questions. Like, nobody else has done that. It's either all Christian side or all us side, other than Simone. Simone's been like, wait a minute, this shit doesn't make sense. You know, I'm reading between the lines. So I just appreciate you, because when I watched that, I was like, the viewer, I will say, when the viewer woke me up from my nap and I saw that, I was like, ah, shit, another Christian thing. I don't want to even watch Christian. I wish you wouldn't have sent this to me. Like, this is going to bring my blood pressure up. I'm going to get mad. I don't need to do this right now. But I'm glad that I watched it, because it really was like, oh no, I need to contact her now.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, I didn't have a dog in this. I don't have a dog in this fight, and I'm just listening to the information, and my mind just does not like gaps. So when something doesn't make sense, I'm always trying to figure out what's the missing puzzle piece, because what you're saying isn't always what's matching up.
Absolutely.
And I'm always just trying to figure out why this doesn't match up. So thank you so much, though. I appreciate you for trusting me with your story and allowing me to partake in this conversation. So again, I will see you again. You can't get around that. Okay.
Okay.
You gave me too much. I got too much homework to do. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Alteria. Have a wonderful weekend, and thank your husband for us too.
Oh, yes. This was the first time he's ever spoke out. He was pacing in the background, like, let me talk, let me talk. I'm like, this is the first time he's ever wanted to get in this. And
he was not playing.
And no, and in that Zoom I sent you, you'll see I had to like get in between him and Christian and be like, shut up. Because he was like, motherfucker, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass. I'm like, woo!
When he said today, he said, I want to put his dick in the ground. I was like,
he said, yes, he's told him that several times. And like he said, the way he talks directly to Christian. And I have a feeling that if there is any type of rebuttal, it won't be towards anything my husband said. I promise you that.
Oh my God. Anywho, that's very telling. That's very telling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anywho, well, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. Try to get you some rest. Take care of yourself. Lay down.
I will.
Eat good and get some rest. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Oh, Attitude and Tylenol. Thank you so much for the super chat. These new criminals talk too much. Rico is loading. Jesus. Oh my God. I don't think they want to hear that, but it sounds like it's truly in the making. Thank you so much, Attitude and Tylenol. Make it rain. Thank you so much. Thanks for all of the new info on this scammers.
Thank you, Make It Rain. Thank you for the super chat. Oh my God. Thank you guys for hanging out. Look, shit, we've been here for 5 hours, y'all. It was a lot. It was good. Now, believe it or not, I still plan on coming back tonight. Okay. I still plan on coming back, but it's going to be late. All right. So it would probably be around 7:30 p.m. my time, 10:30 on the East Coast. I want to come back and we're going to talk a little bit about Nesto. Okay. Let me get caught up on Nesto. And then tomorrow I got to talk about that lady because I feel like that's a Sunday conversation. That lady over there, that infamous blogger. Okay. Wait, shut up. Shell, you ain't got shit to do. You got something to do tonight, Shell? Girl, go get a nap. We coming back, Effa. We coming back, damn it. All right. And at least I'm gonna try. Look, I really want us to get some Nesto stuff in, okay? But it'll be a late one. If y'all want to hang out, please come on. What you say? Work in progress. You held us hostage. Okay. I'm sorry. Can't PC. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Nikki G. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Fee. That was very informative. Thank y'all for hanging out with us. Okay. I know it was a long one, but it was good. And I still feel like there's so much we did not get to tackle. So we will be doing that bit by bit over the next few days or weeks. Okay. With that said, I want to thank everybody for being here again. Thank you to my moderators. Thank all of you. If you didn't hit the like button on the way in, please hit it on the way out. I'd really, really appreciate it. And know that I love you. I do, baby. And ain't nothing, not a damn thing you can do about it. All right. Smooches.